Good afternoon and welcome at the Vienna School of International Studies for this annual energy conference. It's a pleasure to see so many people here interested in a subject that maybe 10 or 20 years ago wouldn't have created such a fuss or such an interest also in politics. The issue of energy independency and security of supply for Austria is, as we all know, no longer only an economic issue. It has become politicized, not for the first time, as we know, just remembering the oil crisis in the 70s, or remember the problem with the transit through Ukraine in the early 2000s. And now we are again at the situation where the de-risking of energy supply issues has become a high priority for any government in Europe, but not only in Europe, and diversification and the question of independency is high on the priority list. Let me just say, as a sort of welcome, that I do understand any government which says that the security of supply for its own population and for its own industry has to be a priority issue and has to be seen in the dilemma that we all have about the consequences of actions on the field of energy policy and energy security. And I guess you know what I mean by our dependency on gas imports from the Russian Federation. And I'm sure you all know the latest figure that we have. I just saw the figures from September. And 80% of the gas import of Austria is from Russian gas, 80%. The overall amount in September was low, but it's still 80% from Russia. What does it mean for security of supply? What does it mean for independency? And what does it mean for our aim that as a European Union we have set that as soon as possible we can not only get out of this dependency from Russian fossils in some European countries, but also towards climate neutrality and the aim of 2040 of climate neutrality in the European Union. So I guess it's an afternoon where we take stock of the situation at the moment in the various fields of energy and energy security. And the second part is looking forward to what's possible, what other perspectives, and I do know that our countries in the European context have a very different agenda on these issues, and this is something that we have to take into account when we also evaluate how politics is reacting to the energy situation. My last point is really, as someone who runs such a place here for international studies, the expectation is that it will not become easier to achieve the objectives that we have regarding energy independency and security of supply. And the note of de-risking is something that is still very much on our mind. But finally, risks will remain, especially when you have in the public opinion also issues like when you have gas fields in your own country, are you allowed to make use of them, or is there public opinion speaking out against it, or not only the public opinion, maybe also some political parties in a country. I'm sure you're aware that I was talking about Lower Austria in this very country. But this is just a welcome, and I'm looking forward to discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to welcome you in the name of the Wiener Euro-Asiatisches Forum, Viennese Euro-Asian Forum, a former students' organization. Now all the students have graduated and are not students any longer, which is organizing conferences on the issue of energy supply already several years. It's the 8th conference this year. I think never this subject has been as interesting, as actual as is in this year. So I think we are going to have very interesting contributions. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to our partners, which made the organization of this conference possible. It's first of all the company of EPEX, but our sponsor. Without this help, it would not be possible to do this. Second, the Diplomatische Akademie, Diplomatic Academy. A special thanks to Botschafter Brix for his keynote speech, I would like to say. Diplomatic Academy is housing us for all the time we are doing these conferences and is streaming this conference via social media to a larger publicity, so thanks a lot. Third, to the Austrian Institute for European Politics and Security, headed by Minister Fasslabend. It's the first time we have the pleasure to cooperate with you, and we are grateful for that. Last but not least, there's no flyer here. A large thank you to Energy Community. You probably know what Energy Community is. It's based in Vienna, and it helps us for the 8th time to work on such subjects with special advice. And this is first of all Mr. Predrag Grujicic, head of the gas department at Energy Community, who moderated these panels in a very excellent way and will do this once more this afternoon. Thanks a lot, Predrag, and thanks a lot to Energy Community. That's all I would like to say. Thanks for your attention.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome. As a former commercial councillor, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this conference. Since a couple of years, I'm cooperating. And this year, for the first time, given the situation, we have also renewable energy, because the future is renewable energy, and also new ways of energy storage solutions. In the short time of an opening remark, I would just like to take out 2 issues. The one is that we have, of course, all these goals to achieve for the switch to renewable energy. However, governments in Europe are asked to speed up the process of legal situation, because it's a very bad situation when it takes 10 years or more to have a high tension line, and we have to renew a large parts of the grid. So we have theory, nice talks from political side, and there's practice, and the practice is just too slow. There's only one exception, I would say, last year, that was with the LNG plant in Wilhelmshaven. They did it within 1 year, but this is an absolute exception. It would be lovely if other projects could also be done within 1 year when it's really urgent. Now, the other issue is that as Finance Minister Magnus Brunner said actually this Monday in the Vienna Economic Forum in his speech, and I quote, "The weaponization of energy." And this is exactly the problem what we have now in Europe since quite some time, since the war in Ukraine. Actually, it started before, because when we remember that storage facilities were not filled by Gazprom in summer and autumn 2021. And then when the war started in 2022, suddenly there was a lack of supply of gas, and the gas prices rocketed. They went up enormously. Now they are more or less back to normal, higher than before, but in a normal development. Nevertheless, we have to have the security. And this is an issue for Austria, because in Austria we still have this contract that we are receiving, as we have heard, up 80%, even sometimes 60% of natural gas from Russia via Ukraine. There is a transit agreement. However, this transit agreement comes to an end of 2024. And there are experts like CEO, former CEO of OMV, Weiss, since months they are warning that in case we may not have any more transit, then we need a better connection to Germany. We do have some reverse flow system already with Italy. Never before Italy sent gas to us, but it happened now from via TAP and TANAP and Azeri gas. And the same with Germany, we need a reverse flow. And there are some 30, 40 kilometers of capacity which have to be increased seriously. And this is practical work to do between Upper Austria, Mühlviertel to Germany. And therefore, we should do it not to be dependent, because we don't know. It could happen that supply is continuing, but if the war goes on and civil installations are still bombed, then we cannot be sure that this will continue. Therefore, these two issues, just for an opening, which may be also discussed later. And I wish us interesting presentations, new insights, and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, also a very warm welcome from my side. It's the first time that the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy is participating. And if you ask me why, then of course there's a lot of reasons. First of all, it is the reason that energy always had been a factor of highest strategic importance. It's quite interesting. I mean, if you go back to history, there are famous books and famous theories also from Austrian famous historians, you know, about the importance of energy. And for example, also the fact that Europe more or less concentrated on horses compared to all the other regions. This concentration as a basis for the later superiority of the Austrian system, not only for transports, but especially also for using mills and so on, and therefore being better in the status of shaping goods. Okay. Besides this general importance of energy for global strategy, of course, now it was the war in Ukraine that more or less made this question so actual, with the sanctions, with the destruction of Nord Stream 1 and 2, and also with the announcement from Russian side that this would be the end of cheap energy for the West. And this certainly is quite important, because this was not the only political consequence. If you just look, you know, to the latest movement on the global stage, the founding of the BRICS Plus, now comprehending 3 out of the 4 biggest producers of oil and gas, namely Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, and the Emirates in addition to that, and so on. Insofar, of course, it looks as if there was a regroupment also in a geopolitical sense of energy politics, or at least some highly influential factors. The question is, where do we stand now? And what I think, you know, the fact that it has a strategic dimension means for me that we really need a comprehensive analysis. It's not just a question, I know, where do we get the energy and how, what about energy security and energy prices? But of course, it's a question of climate, of politics, and also of social standards worldwide. And if this has such a strategic dimension, you also have to be aware that you need a clear perspective for the future. And this clear perspective only can be done if it is rationally done, not just ideologically, as it very often happens, especially at the energy question. And this means for me that we will have to look at all the consequences and all the alternatives. What does it mean for Austria? Of course, I mean, if we are looking at the nowadays situation, it's clear that we have to decrease our dependency. This is a must. We also have more or less some international functions, or at least obligations or goals that we should follow. But they are not only musts, there certainly are also must-nots. What I mean, for example, is we certainly will have to look at a situation where we do not decrease our dependency on one side and increase it heavily at other sides, as it might happen if the process of changing the instruments will go too fast. I often have mentioned already the fact, that for the new technologies, in 8 out of 12 dimensions, China is already now producing more than 50% of the global production. And insofar, of course, you have to look also at this question. What we need is a real balance on the one hand on international needs, and on the other hand also on national interests. And I very often try, also to just cite a little bit, this view from our own interests. We are now in a situation, Austria with 9 million people. This means we have almost exactly 1/1000 of the globe's population. So far, if we are talking about just, climate change and so on, we have to be aware. Even if we vanish from the world, we only can better the world with a percentage of 1 or 2 thousandths of the globe. This does not excuse us, This does not mean that we should stay aside. On the contrary, smaller countries do have the obligation to go ahead as an example, where bigger countries maybe cannot follow as quickly and so on. But of course, we also have to be aware, where do we stand as a country? And I would say, it's not only this question of 1/1000th or 2,000th part of our influence. You also have to look at the fact what can be influenced. I mean, what I learned from scientists, it's in between 1.5% and 3% roundabout above the level of the pre-industrial period. So you have to be aware it's 1 or 2 thousandths of 1.5 or 2 or 3% that we really can influence. And on the other side, we also have to look, where do we stand and what could be or will be the effect. And I have to say, okay, it's good to think in renewables, do almost everything you can in order to promote them. On the other hand, if you look to the specifics of our country, we are first of all a country of high industry of high quality. And this means that we also have energy-intensive sectors like steel industry, like glass, like chemicals, this is the one side. And you all know that more than 30% of the energy do go into this sector. Second, we are a tourist country. And you also have to ask the question, what is the consequence when you are changing just without a plan or without doing the right steps in the right order and with the right volume? Of course, renewables also will change the picture of our country. You have to be aware that it's not just by chance that you will not find a windmill in Salzburg or in Tyrol or in Vorarlberg. Insofar, of course, just in order to go forward is easy, but you have to be aware it's not quite as easy if you try to get into the right balance. And third of all, you also have to be aware that due to our central geostrategic position within Europe, we are and will be also a country of international traffic. And insofar, we have to define our situation, not only from our intention, to substitute old energy, to decarbonize our energy situation on the one hand, but also we have to look what are the effects and how can we find the right balance. For me, the key word is to find the right balance between national interests, international interests, between what we can do theoretically and what we should do reasonably. And in this sense, I'm sure that this conference also will be a very good and valuable contribution to this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your addresses, dear ambassadors and professors and all of you. We can, of course, communicate, and we will communicate during our 2 sessions about what you said about energy, about it being part of political life, which is probably always going to be, and I think it is maybe a good thing that energy is not left only to energy experts. So the people should have a say in this. Energy being one of a few sectors, I think, of economy which is really profoundly being democratized, because people are now being able also to produce energy for their own needs. This is something really fantastic. You cannot have this in transport or in agriculture, or to a certain extent. And of course, to address what other speakers said about exposure to new sources of risks. If you eliminate one, another one will pop up. This is definitely a must in physics and in mathematics. So this is also a situation in energy. If you cut off from the Russian supplies, you will be more exposed to global LNG market. So anything that happens in Australia or in China will affect you much more severe from the point of the prices and affordability, of course. And then I really liked what Dr. Fasslabend also said about being very rational in choosing our supplies. This is what we call orderly transition. So transition is probably going to last for a few years, maybe even decades. It will bring, of course, lots of good things, but it must be performed in an orderly way, so nobody's left behind. There is social affordability of the prices and of the supplies, and there is a certain, as we know, common sense in what we are going to produce and how. And don't forget, the more we are exposed to renewable energy, the more we will be exposed to dependence on rare materials. And as it was said today, maybe it will not be Russia anymore, one of the countries that we would be always calculating our risks from supplies on, but maybe it will be China, which holds quite significant reserves of rare earth materials worldwide. And of course, Europe will have to be a little bit more open-minded when it comes to its own resources and exploitation of its own resources. So how to make this market, security of supply and decarbonization working together, probably with the progress of technology. And this is what today's speakers will talk about. So behind all of these concerns and risks is still, and we believe in it, technological progress, big technological progress, which will open solutions for things that we are unaware of at this moment. And this is exactly what my speakers today will say. Electricity, renewables, gas, and in the end, we will have a one, I would say, wrap-up presentation on how that the transition is the answer to all these challenges, if it is done, of course, in an orderly manner, if all the sectors are coupled, if gas is not completely abandoned. I mean, there are new gases, of course, biomethane and hydrogen. For example, Denmark is one sweet small country which in probably 10 to 15 years will be completely self-sufficient, not on its own natural gas production, but on biomethane production. As Dr. Fasslabend said, of course, small countries are different. They are, in a way, it's easier to modernize sometimes energy supplies in a smaller country than it would be a case, for example, for Poland or for United States or for Germany. But Austria, this is our topic today, and I hope I will not spend a lot of time on my constituency, which is energy community, Ukraine, Moldova, the Western Balkan countries, which are following the European Union in implementing all the relevant energy reforms. We will, of course, talk about Austria today. Austria is not in the focus of my work, but it is in focus of my speakers, and we can, of course, communicate how Ukrainian factor will influence Austrian security and the other way around. So I would invite then Arnold and Tomasz to join me, to sit here, and then we can kick off our discussion. After their presentations, we have a little bit slight change in the agenda. Ronald Farmer from e-Control is unfortunately he caught coronavirus, so he couldn't come, but his topic will be covered in the next session. So now, after Arnold's presentation, I would invite you. It will be probably half an hour-ish. I will invite you to ask questions. I will, of course, use my privilege of being chair to ask a lot. And then after Arnold, Tomasz will speak. And then after his presentation, please also raise your questions, because it will be quite... you might forget what you wanted to ask Arnold. After this first session, I would expect it will last 1 hour and 15-20 minutes. We will make a small break. There will be some coffee and water, so nothing else to make us sober for the session 2. And in session 2, Walter Boltz, who was chair of Control, Austrian National Regulatory Authority, will join us, and Oliver Elbling, he's a consultant of widely known in Europe and in the energy community, and he will talk about decarbonization. And then we will end our session, I believe, not much after 4 o'clock, so it will be a little bit shorter. So, if you allow me, I would ask Arnold Weiss, who is, let me exactly say state what is said here, head of Vienna office, EPEX spot. So you are an exchange guy. Poor Arnold always takes the heat when he has to answer why the electricity and gas prices were hiking last year, and can he do something about it? So Arnold, what can you do to stabilize the market prices and still get us supply where we need it?
Thank you very much, Predrag, for the nice introduction. Good afternoon to all of you, also to those virtually connected. Indeed, it's a pleasure for me to be here this year again. So, what's behind the title of of my presentation. What I would like to do today is I would like to start with really a brief look at Austria, at the situation of generation and consumption in Austria, and particularly highlight how much independencies there are for Austrian energy supply, power supply in particular. So that for Austria, the internal market for power of the European Union is quite key. And I would like then to cast a spotlight on some recent developments on those interchanges, flows from and to Austria, and take this as a kind of starting point to first take a look back at the energy crisis that we have seen last year, and also take a look forward in a second step to the, I would say, most pending, most present challenges we face today, and they are rather about political changes, legal changes. It's the electricity market design reform that is ongoing. I know there will be a more comprehensive presentation later, but at least I would like to pick a couple of items that are quite key to the physical power markets in Austria, and particularly matter to Austria. So let's start with a quick overview of the energy consumption, and I fear it will be difficult for the audience to follow the slides and distinguish the different colors that we depict here. But what I would like to start with is that Austria is in a situation that in the last year, roughly 80% of the electricity generation came from renewable sources, which, and this is, I think, most important for me today, distinguishes us from the European standard. The average generation from renewables in the rest of Europe is rather, I would say, half of that share. Important to me is also to note that an ever-increasing share of our energy consumption generation is coming from what we call the new renewables, or let's say volatile generation. So that cannot be fully predicted, that cannot be fully steered. I'm in the first place, of course, thinking of wind and solar generation. They amount to roughly 15% today, with a share that is increasing and is expected to increase substantially in the coming years. But also, I would say, more conventional power plants like the river-run power is something, and we are facing this increasingly, sometimes a little bit out of our control. There are fluctuations in the generation output here as well, and they attribute to almost 40% of the Austrian energy mix. So I expect that with the volatility increasing and with being less predictable, we will end up in a situation where we will either have a surplus of generation in Austria, or we will have to import power from somewhere else. And this is already underlining what I'm heading to, this interdependency of Austria from other member states, from other countries, as power is concerned, particularly from European member states of the European Union, maybe also the energy community soon, and the cross-border flows. And these graphics shall further illustrate the situation that Austria is in. Since today we are a net importer, we are importing roughly 10 terawatt hours. This is roughly 15% of our overall consumption. So even netted, 15% of the power Austria consumes has to be imported from elsewhere. And this share is even highly fluctuating. So it's the average amount is 15%, but particularly there's a seasonal dependency, particularly in winter. This amounts to 50% and even more than that. In certain hours, in certain months, the import dependency is substantially higher for Austria. And it's not only that we are an importer of power, we are also more and more becoming a transit country for power. We tend to import power predominantly from the Czech Republic and Germany, so let's say the northwest, and we predominantly are exporting it to Hungary, Slovenia, Italy, so rather the south to the east. So there's a north-south, west-east flow in general. And this is also becoming more and more relevant. Something that is also shown by the slide on the right side, I mean, the dark red graph on the right side is actually presenting the the netted import-exports, and you can see we rather import during the winter, and we used to tend to export during the summer. In the recent years, we have seen, due to droughts, to a very low level of the river run power plants, we even tend to import even during the summer seasons. I will get back to that a couple of times later again. So this is at least spans a bit the very, very basic situation of power supply in Austria. When we take a look at power consumption, we can see that it remained quite stable. This is shown on the left hand graph here. So there are only, and the fluctuations are shown on the right side, there are yearly fluctuations of, let's say, 5 to 6% maximum. But in general, the consumption has remained quite stable during the last decade. Do we expect this to remain that way? Do we expect this to last? Certainly not. We expect there will be a fundamental increase in power consumption because of the electrification of other sectors. There have been a lot of studies, for instance, as the transport sector is concerned, saying if we move the whole transport sector to be power driven, so to e-mobility, that would, and here the estimates really vary a lot, it will increase between a fifth to a third. So the power consumption will increase by, let's say, 20 to 33%, which means the situation by the increase of demand will become even more challenging, to put it that way. So we need to invest a lot into additional generation, but not only. And this now brings me to the flows of power. And I'm really sorry that you will not really see much on the left-hand table here. What I tried to show here are the netted imports from Germany we have seen in 2022 and in 2023. And what's quite interesting to note is that in average, the imports from Germany in 2023 declined by roughly 35%. So the import of Germany is becoming, let's put it, less important, let's put it that way for the time being. It's also interesting to know that the price convergence between Germany and Austria, price convergence means having the same price for power in Austria and Germany. It's actually, I would say, a criterion to define how closely connected two markets are. This, and we used to have a single price some years ago with then eventually a price convergence of 100% with Germany. This is this year at roughly 30%, which is a small decrease compared to the years before. At the same time, price convergence with other European countries, with other neighbors, for instance, Italy, Slovenia, and Hungary, they are increasing. So what does this tell us? I mean, I'm personally not an analyst, I have to admit. I had the opportunity to discuss this topic with some market participants, and the first reaction was that they attributed these changes to the decommissioning of the nuclear generation in Germany in particular, saying Germany is less in the position to be an exporter than it used to be in the past, because something is still simply missing. Personally, I'm a little bit cautious whether one can already make such a conclusion, but something it tells us for sure is that Austria is turning into a normal energy market, and not a market that is solely dependent on Germany, but a market that is reflecting its geographical location and situation. We are simply embedded in Europe. We are embedded in market coupling. And I heard quite recently that Austria will invest a lot in additional generation, mainly solely coming from renewables. And nevertheless, what Austria is not working towards, and the ministry told me this week again, they will not go for autarky. They will accept that Austria is not in a position to be completely autark, to produce all the power it needs locally, but it will use the connections it has. By the way, Austria is the country in the European Union with the most connected borders, 7 if I remember correctly, in market coupling. And this is what will belong to the Austrian policy, will belong to the Austrian market design, this high dependency, this high also reliance on the EU internal market for power. So what I would like, and this is actually the big conclusion, I would like to close my first part. Please, if there are any questions, never hesitate to raise your hand and interrupt me immediately. Also happy to take questions immediately, but you can also, of course, keep them for the end of my speech. Let's now take, we have now seen this high dependence on the internal market. Let's take a look at the situation we particularly faced in 2022 and also maybe this year. I used a similar graph last year. I completed it with more recent data coming from 2023. What does this graph show? It shows the price development in 6 Central Western European countries. It's the weekly average prices on our day-ahead auction. It's where actually you buy the power for the next day. It's actually the most relevant market for physical delivery of power. First, you can see that there is a high level of correlation between those graphs, which means that this is actually a result from the internal market for power, for market coupling, that when we face a situation, we face it together in Europe, because if there's an issue, the high or the low prices will be transported across the border to the other member states participating in the single market. Of course, what you also see is 2022 has been a quite challenging year with a general high level of the prices, but also a higher level of volatility, higher than we have ever seen that before. And we have seen 2 particular, let's say, peaks with 600 euros in August 2022 for power. Now I'm strictly talking about power, and for roughly 400 euros per megawatt hour in late November, early December last year.
This is electricity.
Electricity. This is all power. This is all power. Yeah. So all I'm talking about is power, electricity. Yeah. What are the reasons for those peaks? I mean, we have heard the gas prices, the gas prices, but if we look at power, it would fall short to solely attribute those peaks, at least, to the high gas prices. Since in August, it was a culmination of issues that we have been able to observe, or we were forced to observe. It was the high gas price. It was a drought with a low level of rivers, so a low output of hydro generation. We had a lot of outages, a low availability of nuclear generation, particularly in France and Belgium, and a low output from wind in particular August, in some weeks even minus 40% compared to the year before. And the drought even led to a situation where, due to the low level of the river, some coal-fired power plants could not be resupplied with coal. And this mixture, in the very end, led to those high prices. They even decorrelated from the coal price in August and led to these high prices in August. Even in December, it was a combination of causes. And I remember, because I was getting quite upset because we were all very afraid of the winter in November, December last year and the price development. And when I saw prices rising day by day, I was trying to check the fundamental data. And it was really interesting to note that we had, on the one hand, a deep decrease of temperature. And on the other hand, the same situation for wind generation. So a deep decrease, with leading to a higher demand in gas, and I assume with all the uncertainty, insecurity in the system, at least exploding prices for some time, and the additional peak in early December. The situation in 2023, as you can see, is far more stable. Prices are declining, are still declining, even if they are slowly declining. Nevertheless, we, again, as power is concerned, still have a price level which is roughly twice the level we used to have before the crisis. This is the day-ahead auction. This is a pay-as cleared system. I love to switch between those two graphs, because this is pay as cleared, this is pay as bid, this is another market design, this is the intraday market, just always to illustrate that the difference, the prices don't really differ dependent on the market design you have. This is a situation we had for the most, for the trading happening as close as possible to delivery. What I only want to add here is that in 2023, but we maybe will get to learn more about that. In 2023, the power prices reflected quite accurately the prices for natural gas we had, since also natural gas is still on a higher level. So for me, the big difference between 2023 and 2022 is actually that particularly the other generation sources have not seen or have not been exposed to similar stress situations as we have seen in 2023. We had not this combination of stresses and threats. So what are my conclusions here? What needs to be noted here? What should we be aware of? And I know that this might now be a little bit challenging to some of you. I mean, I'm coming from the power market, I'm part of the power industry, and I of course conclude that 2022 especially, I mean, the crisis is not over, don't get me wrong, but particularly 2022 was very, very challenging for European consumers in the first place. But it was also a challenge for for the entire sector, for stakeholders in the sector. And what we have seen is a lot of risks materialized simultaneously that we never expected to materialize simultaneously, to happen simultaneously. Maybe that was a failure, but before that it was considered very unlikely that we would have so many outages, so many issues at the same time. In the end, it was a huge stress test for the sector. Against that background, and I'm already curious whether you will challenge me in that regard, I conclude, my personal assessment is, against that background, actually the market worked. The whole system actually worked. It was resilient because we did not have an outage. The lights did not go out. We had high prices, and this is bad enough, don't get me wrong. I don't want to appear cynical to you. But the system actually worked. It was stable. It delivered. Particularly, it delivered the supply, which is essential. However, there are a lot of lessons to be learned. It revealed the immense importance of stability, security of supply, which is or should be part of the energy economical triangle, but was maybe a little bit underestimated in the last couple of years, a decade maybe. It also highlighted how vulnerable Europe is with regard to external shocks. This was clearly shown. And again, happy to discuss this. I personally believe it also illustrated that there have been some deficiency in European and maybe national energy politics in that regard. So, what happened after that? First, politics tried to react, I would say, more on the national level. I would even count the emergency measures that were proposed by the European Commission and then accepted or published or decided upon by the Council last year as a part of this. So we accepted that there would be a patchwork of rules despite the single internal market for energy. And this year we somehow experienced that particularly the EU Commission was trying to get their hands on the electricity market design again, to shift the focus back at the European level. And they started this electricity market design review that is also being discussed today. There is a political trialogue happening today, by the way, on this item between the Parliament and the Council. And they initiated that in January, February. And originally they said that the focus should be on rather short-term measures to be easy to implement and to be ready already for this heating season. So actually already today. Now we see they are still discussing, and we are far away from implementing any measures here. What we see here is that this discussion or proposal is now shifting to proposals that are not so very easy to implement, that sometimes have the potential to revolutionize the market design, and are sometimes about to be implemented without, in our opinion, a proper consultation, proper impact assessments, proper discussions. We have heard today that we should be wise in implementing and taking the next steps that should be well discussed, well refined. We are missing this, to be very frank, a bit. We believe that there are some measures to be taken without this proper discussion. So my conclusion for the second part is, even if daunting, please feel free to challenge it. The system worked, but now we are facing future challenges, and these challenges for me are not external shocks, are rather internal shocks. They are coming rather from the political side, from the question: how shall we change the market design? And the first issue that I'm facing is that there are now so many changes and so many proposals, so many sub-proposals on the table that it's quite easy to get lost, to lose oversight. And it was also it was common sense saying that the focus is actually more on long-term markets, derivative markets for power, and not physical markets, not short-term markets, not really the internal market for power. But I believe this is wrong. There are a couple of items that have the potential to impact those short-term markets, again, that I believe have worked as good as possible in the last years, that they would be changed. And I believe that a couple of those changes are rather dangerous, but they receive rather little attention. They tend to be overlooked in the current debate on the electricity market design review. And I just would like to provide you with 4 examples to conclude my presentation. And I'm aware that some of them are quite technical. I hope I will be able to present them in a quite understandable manner. One of the ideas that are proposed are so-called peak shaving products. What is peak shaving? What does peak shaving mean? Peak shaving is actually, it means, is there a possibility when we have very, very high prices, which means the situation, the whole system is under stress, that we could encourage consumers to either stop consuming or to shift their consumption to another period where we have lower prices. This is what's behind peak shaving. Something I think everybody can agree. What the Commission proposed is there should be additional national markets and products for peak shaving. And this is something we don't really understand why they could come up with such a proposal, because peak shaving products do something. They should give an incentive to react on prices. But the prices are already there. Prices are already delivered. There are already functioning markets that deliver this price signal, and even products that allow consumers to shift, or even storage suppliers to shift power from one period to another period. What we are risking here is we are creating an additional market, an additional product, which in the very end only will scatter liquidity and reduce the possibility for existing markets to enable their clients, their market participants, to react on price differences. And it's a national market. So, as I told you, I just have showed you the relevance of cross-border exchange. Those peak shaving products would not address cross-border exchange possibilities. There are national markets. So why doing this? We don't understand it, frankly spoken. We believe it rather risks to endanger or to harm the functioning system. Another idea is the so-called single legal entity. What does this mean? Market coupling is today organized by national power exchanges, by national transmission system operators, and so on. The Commission said, let's replace those national players and replace it by a single European entity that still has to be established. It's not existing yet. It will be a centralized body. It will be a monopoly. It will be a quite bureaucratic animal. And they expect us to do that and to do this shift in the governance why still during this crisis, while we have actually to prepare for other products to be delivered. We believe this is rather creating a single point of failure. This is actually against the European principle of subsidiarity. And the most interesting part is, ACER and the Commission already consulted this twice in 2021 and in 2022. And back then, more than 80% of the respondents said, we don't like it, we don't need it. And now they bring it in the play again. This time they didn't even consult it, but they just added it in their proposal. Again, we believe it's rather taking a risk to harm the working structure. Another item, and I'm already closing, just to give you an idea of what we are discussing these days, is unit-based bidding. What does unit-based bidding mean? Unit-based bidding means that if you come to a market, you have to place your orders on the market for each production asset individually. So if you have a couple of PV stations, wind stations, you have to place your cell orders for each station separately. So you are not allowed to aggregate them. You are not allowed to net them even with your own internal consumption. This is a big issue for smaller clients, for aggregators, energy communities. Against the background that we are moving more into a decentralized world, it's really a burden for those, since sometimes they're only able to come to the market if they are enabled to aggregate the orders. They would like there was at least the idea, this time coming from the parliament, to make this mandatory. Again, we believe it's rather a bad idea. And the last point is an instrument that they have recently developed, saying there should no longer be any local products in local markets. Only the European coupled market should prevail. You might now question yourself, okay, you just said us it's so important and it is so relevant. Why do you still believe that we need something else in addition? And this brings me back to the very, very beginning, where I said Austria is different from the average European member state because of its energy mix. So there are differences in between the member states due to the legal situation, to the economic situation, the energy mix, the consumption, and so on. And we believe there should still be room to allow us some flexibility to provide products, to provide markets that serve the national need, and that can't be simply, extrapolated to the rest of Europe. And we believe they are driver of innovation. Also because other markets could catch up, could see how this works out in a particular market. We don't believe that there is a one-size-fits-all rule for anything in the European Union. Again, it's about proportionality and subsidiarity that we believe in. And with this, I would like to close. I have, I think, consumed your attention more than enough. If you allow me, one conclusion is, I think what I try to show today is how much the internal market for electricity matters to a country like Austria, in the heart of Europe, if you like so. I also try to show that there are reasons to really claim that the system actually proved to work even in a very, very stressful situation. And we are now facing internal shocks that I believe could be as damaging as the external shocks we have seen in the last year. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Arnold, for this excellent presentation explanations on market design and energy policy. I'm sure that the Commission meant well with their proposals. They always meant well. Now, it's up to member states to fight for subsidiarity and diversity, if you wish. Before the audience starts showering you with questions, you said, and I'm really curious, you said that the market did its job. This is exactly what guest market participants are telling us. The market really showed what you need to do, or what send the price signals whenever it was needed to acquire supplies and so on. Of course, these price signals had to be transferred to the customers, which we didn't like. But anyway, you said that energy policy was a failure. Which one?
Well, that is a big word, saying it was a complete failure. What I believe is, during the crisis, we always went back to the so-called energy political triangle, which is, you say, an energy system needs to meet three different goals. And this is sustainability, this is security of supply, and this is actually compatibility, to offer prices at a compatible level. And I have the impression, but this is really more my personal view, and again, happy to discuss this with anybody, that particularly the part of compatibility, competition, that the prices are, that you are able to offer the power at low prices at any situation. I think that received a little bit too little attention. This is my personal view on this, and this made us in the end also, I think, quite vulnerable, since we were not in the position to replace a source for generating power, for producing power, having an issue. We were not able to replace this source. Yeah. So I think the system was, in a certain degree, at already close to the max. And I think, at least in that regard, I think here a failure was made. I would then, you can of course extend it to the possibility, to the question. Normally, if you have, it is an external shock. It is a supply shock. What does a market normally? How does a market tend to behave? The prices increase, of course, and then you expect a reaction on the demand side and on the supply side. On the demand side, the demand should go down. It did not, because there is no alternative to power. I mean, maybe this does not hold completely true, I think, for gas, but for power there was really almost no substitute available. But we are still talking about electrifying other sectors. This was something where I was getting a little bit surprised, or I started to wonder. And the other thing is, the other reaction you would expect is you expect supply to increase because you have high prices, so further suppliers should push in the market. And here we have the issue that was also mentioned today, that we are not able to bring additional capacities to the market quickly. And here I see, frankly spoken, an obstacle also coming rather from the political side. So just a few nuances, but this does not mean that I would say everything was done wrongly and that it was a complete failure. But I see at least room for improvement.
Thanks, Arnold. I understand now better what you meant, and I agree with you.
I have a small comment on that. Yeah. Well, everyone is saying the market has worked, yeah, in a way, because we didn't have the full collapse of the market, and let's say on the trading side, the prices went up and so on. Somehow, okay, from this point of view, everything worked. But I think it showed that some things do not work at all, because, I mean, you can accept the market is working, prices are going up, but we are talking about electricity prices going from level of 40 to 60 euros per megawatt hour to in peak 1,000, factor 20 or 25. On the gas side, similar correlation. And then you have to ask yourself, as a, let's say, industrial player, as a consumer, as a politician, does the market really work? And I think, and also in this situation, because we talk about the gas a lot, I'm not a gas expert, but we have to remember the gas sanctions on Gazprom and company. The were no sanctions, they were on the oil. The gas supply continued in a way, so it didn't go to zero also. It was actually these crazy prices on the market where it was not in a way, it was a real situation in the market, but based on the expectations, what will happen next in the next months, years, and so on. And this shows how vulnerable and problematic situation we have in Europe with, let's say, with the energy supply and situation. I mean, this should be the eye-opener for us, and I think it's a perfect also motto of today's conference about the independence. And this case showed we have never seen something like that. This prices like that, it hasn't been ever this situation. And I mean, I think it should be an eye-opener for us, and we need some change in the transition, and it's not anymore just the climate crisis and kind of this part of the story. We really, let's say, as Europe, as a kind of geopolitical bloc and industrial bloc, which is actually the biggest in the world, we have a huge problem, which 2022 showed in a full picture. Yeah. So, yeah. it's maybe a bit bold statement, but I think this is what it was. The market, yes, it worked, but do we want to be part of this kind of the market that there's an external crisis and everything goes factor 10 or 20 and yeah, we need to rethink a few things. Yeah, thanks.
I think we are not so much in a disagreement here. I mean, I was just saying, I think since I agree with you, a lot of things went wrong, and I tried to illustrate that I don't believe that we can continue as we did. I mean, I completely agree with you with regards to how exposed we have been, how we exposed are still as Europe. We are extremely dependent. I see also the tendency to replace the existing dependencies by new dependencies, by the way. But this is another topic. But if I really reduce it to how the market worked in 2022, it's a bit like, are we the disease, or have we been, have we just been the meter
definitely, yeah.
To meet the temperature in the end, yeah. And I think it's rather the latter. And by destroying us, you don't solve the underlying issues, and they are not coming from the market or the market design.
Definitely,
supply, particularly supply issues. Yeah.
Definitely, I fully agree. Yeah. It's just a different perspective or dimension.
Thanks. We will of course listen to what you will say later. The lady, this lady, Christopher, and then Professor Brix, and then the gentleman on the left side.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me can you elaborate on the new dependencies for the future?
One of the future dependencies that I have in mind, in particular, is when we talk about hydrogen. I think there seems to be quite an agreement that Europe will not have the facilities to generate all the hydrogen we will need locally. So you will have to get it from somewhere else. And I have heard that we are considering Northern Africa, but also South America. There has even been a contract with Qatar on that item as well, with Australia. I mean, as long as, I think if we manage to distribute that quite equally, I mean, that's fine, but we need to, but nevertheless, apparently there's already the agreement that we need to import hydrogen from somewhere abroad as well. And this, of course, is a potential door opener for a future dependency. Maybe. So I was mainly thinking about hydrogen in that regard. Yeah.
My question goes back to you saying the market worked fine. I think that's very cynical. That's very cynical from the point of view of everybody almost, except those who run the market. But let me ask the question. And then when you speak out against the proposals that are now being discussed, you always speak about subsidiarity. That's a nice word. We are all for subsidiarity. But what does it mean? So you say you don't want any other regulations on the EU level, but there are a lot of national regulations that regulate this market already. What is your position on national subsidies on electricity prices, on price caps, on giving cheap electricity to companies and things like that? Is that a better regulation of the market than what is now being discussed in Brussels?
Yeah, I mean, if I said it worked nicely or fine, I mean, then I would like to correct my statement and rather replace it by something. It worked. It worked in a manner that it was clearly showing the issues we had. It was showing the supply issues that Europe faced, also Austria, but Europe as a whole faced in the last year. And I mean, I'm aware of the fact that this sounds cynical to some people, because maybe even to most people, because they say, but you can't like this price. And I would even say, I agree with you, I don't like the price. I would like to have the price somewhere else. But I nevertheless believe that the prices were reflecting the situation correctly. And this is actually what we are expected from a market to deliver, that it's exactly reflecting the situation, the fundamental issues, the fundamentals. And this is what it did. And here I remain with with this view, and I'm happy to defend this. I completely agree with you that I don't like the price. Nobody in the market liked the price. But this was not really my statement. It's not the question of is it good, the price, is it the price that I like, or is it just the price that is correctly representing the fundamentals? If you say if we can agree that the market is mainly due to deliver the latter, then I think we should remain with our conclusion. At least it worked. The European proposals and reforms. Yeah, I mean, of course, I can see your point saying, oh, he simply doesn't want to get regulated, which is, in my humble opinion, which is not true, because we are a highly regulated business these days already. The only issue we see is, I mean, we are always. I accept that if something is done nationally, it will still be regulated, because these days power is too important. It's on the radar of any politician, irrespective of nationally or European, and you will not evade a certain level of regulation anyway. And of course, in the end, I would like to have one regulation and not 27 different that I have to abide by. But in some situations today, in some of the proposals, what they boil down to is they simply would like to prohibit the creation of products of a market, and I think this is simply going too far. All the internal market for power we have today started at a national, local level. And we then agreed on a level of products that are accepted, needed everywhere, and then we realized it would make sense to standardize it at a European level. In my humble opinion, this process is not closed. We are facing with the energy transition a lot of challenges. We need to readapt the design. We need to change, I think, on a very frequent basis. And I'm just afraid that if I would like to introduce a new product in Austria, and I have to agree with 23 other member states, and with the power exchanges there, and the TSOs there, and the regulators there, before I can do that, we will lose the necessary speed and drive of innovation we simply need in the coming years. So I hope that at least complements a little bit what I have said. We accept that we are regulated. We accept that there is a need of regulation. We even believe that we request a certain level of regulation to know in which environment we are operating, since it gives also you some security in that environment, this legal certainty that you need to operate an organized market as an exchange. But we sometimes believe there are, and this is, for me, this is what subsidiarity is all about. If I see it's possible and it might be even better to do that at a national level, why, in the matter of shared competence, which energy is, why moving that to the European level? This is something I simply dislike.
Yes, thank you. My name's Ron Willis. My question is a compound question as follows. Could Austria ever become fully self-sufficient regarding electricity generation without contravening its commitments on reducing carbon emissions? If the answer is yes, I'd like to know how you think it can be done. If the answer is no, where is Austria going to source its shortfall in the future? I would like the answer on two sides. One, on the medium-term approach, and two, on the long-term approach. Thank you.
Okay, that is now an interesting question because it involves a lot of political particularities. I think there are ways. I'm quite convinced that Austria could have the possibility to. In the medium run, I believe there could be possibilities that Austria achieves that. The question is, of course, is this still an efficient approach, or would that involve very, very high costs, particularly because the missing, let's say, 5 or 3 or something percent of energy supply of autarky, this is the most expensive part. I also don't know how the Austrian positioning, and I'm not a proponent of this, to nuclear could ever change. I don't expect this to change, frankly spoken. I also don't even believe that it needs to change, because I really doubt whether the autarky is in the very end the most economic approach. But I think it could, at least in the midterm. Something I can hardly assess is the additional consumption of electricity that will come into play when we electrify other sectors. That will make it even more delicate, in my humble opinion. So in this more long term, I hope you accept that I refrain from answering that question. I simply don't know. Where will the power come from? Well, and again, I might appear quite cynical. It might come from countries with nuclear generation. It might come from countries with a different energy mix in general. It might even come from other countries that even stick to not carbon-free generation for some time. In the end, we also hope that in the longer term, we will find clever solutions to store energy. And with this storage possibility, we would have the possibility when we have an excess, let's say, surplus generation somewhere in Europe, we can make use of this at a later point in time. So maybe storage could be the less cynical way forward with saying we are simply importing power generated in a way that we don't like it to be generated from elsewhere. But I don't know how you see that.
This is a very fair reply, Arnold. Thanks. I will not reply to this, of course, but I just wanted to say that with regards to your fears that you might import energy from the countries which would produce it based on coal, if I understand you correctly, this within the EU, of course, this will be corrected via ETS mechanisms, and if you're afraid that you will get it from the third countries, like the energy community, it will be again corrected via cross-border carbon price adjustment mechanism. So I don't see this as a big challenge for you. And the nuclear, ideologically, you might not like it, but at least it will be carbon free.
But you know, Poland just achieved that they will have the possibility to move their coal-fired plants into capacity mechanisms that are available when you run short of supply. So they have achieved this in the electricity market design review. Yeah. And at least it will remain for some time. I mean, it's a quite of, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Okay, and I think this would be the last question for Arnold. Of course, it's not the last. You will have opportunity to chat.
My name is Franz Kim. Yeah. I'm nowadays private, but I was working for the oil industry, for the electricity industry all my life. I'm studied in Leoben, petroleum engineering and mining. So I think we should come back a little bit to earth, because our dependency on electricity at the moment, I would say it's 80%. We have in our national grid 80% nuclear power at the moment. So mostly it's coming from Temelin and Bonitze via Verbundgesellschaft, and the rest is coming from France and Switzerland by EVN, for example. So, and I really always angry if I see the figures from the E-Control, which want to show the public in a way how friendly our energy system is. And when we produce 79% with green energy, we do not produce energy anymore. We close down all our power stations. And this is very difficult because we even cannot stabilize the grid very much. And therefore, 3-4 times a week, we are very close to a blackout. And we are shivering that we hope that it will not happen. And this is a situation in which we are. This is my situation for the dependency on the electricity. And by the gas, we are also dependent 90% of the Russian gas, because the 10% which we buy from the Norway, from the North Sea, it's physically coming from Russia. And it's a switch. It's only a money switch. But physically, 90% of the gas, I know it. And this is not by one contract, because this is coming since 55 years. There are many contracts, long-term contracts with friendly prices. The prices we are crying, the energy prices, are we are sitting here because we pay the end consumer price. And this price is linked to the spot price. But the long-term price, which the company contract with the producers, they are very friendly prices. And never you will hear that these companies are crying about the prices. And one example, fuel price especially, didn't change the last 10 years worldwide, is 32 cents all over the world. And you know what we pay by the fuel station.
Thank you for this very candid sum up of the energy policy of Austria. Again, okay, we can talk about long-term contracts. This is a very interesting topic. But Arnold, would you answer, do you really think that electricity system in Austria is 4 or 5 times a year close to a blackout?
What I can say for sure is that when we take a look at the so-called redispatch measures or counter-trading measures that the Austrian transmission system operator, APG, is forced to do, they have to balance the grid almost on a daily basis. At least in some months, I think they have spent this year 160 million already to keep the grid balanced. So there are a lot of interventions by the grid operators to guarantee that the system remains stable. When you talk to APG, unfortunately nobody is here today. You normally get two answers. They on the one hand say that the situation is on the one hand very, very challenging and it shouldn't stay that way and we need to invest into the grid and so on. On the other hand, they at least don't confess, and I simply don't really know how close we really are to a blackout. I mean, the general statement is that it was under control in all those situations. This is the feedback that you officially get. I know there are each year, at least I'm aware of, let's say 2-3 situations a year where reportedly the whole European grid gets close to a blackout, which is, let's say, even the worst situation to happen. It was avoided so far. Yeah, and this is. But frankly spoken, I'm not from the grid. I don't have really reliable figures that really can tell you how close and how frequently we are at the verge of a blackout. This is simply I simply don't have this information.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for your question. We can explore it later after your presentation, Tomasz. Would you take the floor?
Yeah, sure.
So
Tomasz
will. Sorry, Tomasz, I didn't say your title. You're managing director for Energie Burgenland Green Energy. So one of the smallest Länder, in Austria, right?
Yeah, it's the smallest
one, yeah. But I understand you're gonna run green completely, the first in Austria.
Yeah.
Is this true?
Let's one of the answers to your question. Yeah, we'll try to inspire you, and to show if it's possible or not to go towards let's say CO2 independence and so on. And we have an idea. I mean, also let's say the possibilities in Burgenland to do it, and we will try to do it. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be at place. I just wrote on the poster, Diplomatic Academy creating the global leaders since 1754. So that's the place to be, discussing this kind of topics like energy transition. So I'm really honored and thank you for this opportunity. And we'll try to show you, let's say, a bit different perspective. What are we doing towards this independence, and the energy independence in Austria, in Burgenland. That's the smallest, but also very fine part of Austria. And let's go through the slides. My goal would be to show what we are doing towards this energy independence. Yeah, and I think we have a nice story, and yeah, we hope we will manage sooner than later. Just answering your question. I don't know, there was a question I think from Christopher from Predrag. I should, because I'm the new kid on the block and renewables are the new kid on the block on this conference. So not so much about me. I just wanted to say I'm since 2006 in the business. I started with renewables in a crazy time where there was only this Al Gore movie and so on, and no one was talking about climate crisis. I started working directly after my studies for Vestas. It's at that time the biggest wind turbine producer in the world, and luckily for Europe, almost 20 years later, still number one in the industry. So if we compare it to the PV business, where Germany was number one in the world, now the China is, and yeah, so happy to see that in the wind industry we are still quite a powerhouse in the world as Europe. Yeah, and I made few stations, and I just wanted to say I haven't been always in the renewables. I also worked, for example, with Sorgenia. I did the gas power plants, coal power plants, hydro, and I was a sinner. I worked for Borealis, chemical company, plastics. So at some point, first years I was reducing my CO2 carbon footprint, then I increased it, and now since almost 3 years I'm again decreasing it, working at Burgenland Energy. And I'm actually in the leadership responsible for the production side of the company. So what we do, we are actually developing, building, and then running the power plants. And in our case, the power plants are fully renewable. We are proud to be 100% renewable with our wind parks and PV parks, and more to come. Yeah, actually, we are talking about the independence today, but yeah, there's one big external factor that we see. And actually, I'm born in 1982, so I kind of, yeah, it's kind of my life also, this kind of, this graph. Yeah, I mean, you can discuss it or not. There are some facts. This is from NASA, global temperature increase 0.6 degrees until now, and when it, yeah, trend is in this case not our friend, because we have seen this year the warmest September and October, I mean ever since it has been measured in most of the regions of the world, and also in Austria. So so yeah, this is the fact. And yeah, okay, temperatures are one thing. This is from Munich Re, I think the biggest reinsurance company of the world. Number of the global natural disasters, yeah, they just 300% increase in the last, yeah, 40 few years. And tendency also, the trend is also not our friend on that. So we have this climate crisis that makes us all independent, let's say, from the nature. So one statement. How does it look like in Burgenland? Many years ago, this is Zigzag. This is one of the lakes in Burgenland. It was a normal lake. People were going swimming in the summer. And then you see there's like the small, I don't know, turret, small tower, measuring point. So this is August 22. So even not the second warmest summer, I think, in the last years. As you can see, dry out, and this is how it looks, yeah, today. And there's also like a slide for kids. Yeah, you cannot use it anymore. So something is going on that's not so good. Also here directly in Austria. Also, some of you are probably maybe more from the mountains regions, and yeah, maybe 20 years ago you have seen the snowy Christmas. It's not the case anymore. Yeah, and let's say coming back more to the other independence that we are discussing today, energy independence. It's mainly at the end of the day the fossil energy dependence. That's the connection also to the climate. If we look on the, let's say, on the Europe, on this kind of green graphic shows what's the renewable share of total energy demand. Yeah, not electricity but energy demand. Yeah, which is actually the true view, yeah, because electricity is one thing, but we have to look always in terms of energy, how does it develop. European Union, 18% right now. Climate neutrality goal, yeah, answering your question indirectly for EU, 2050. In Austria, yeah, we have a kind of double down factor with 33% renewable share today. Climate neutrality goal 2040, and yeah, and in Burgenland we said, okay, we have to make a really bold statement, and actually the politicians, yeah, the politics in Burgenland, it's not the business actually, and they said, okay, we are at 50% now, so quite good, yeah, or good in comparison to the others, but not good enough, yeah. And we have a very bold goal. Yeah, in 7 years we want to be answering the question climate neutral, and yeah, in a way we have special conditions because yeah, we'll mention it. We have some opportunities to do it, but yeah, there's no excuse, and yeah, we are going towards 100. We call it Solution Burgenland, and we want to try not only to inspire you today and all the global leaders here of today and of the future connected to the Diplomatische Akademie, but also some other places in the world. We want to show that we as a province, as a region, it's a very regional solution, I have to say. Yeah? We are not talking about EU regulations and so on. We said, okay, if you want to be independent, you have to look on yourself. And this is what we want to achieve on the regional level. Because we are such a small region in the whole EU, in a few 100,000 people in a 500 million economy. You will always be dependent. So if you want to be independent, you have to try it on your own. This is, let's say, from the CO2 perspective, we are producing in Burgenland around 2 million tons of CO2. And 2030, the goal is to go towards zero. And how we want to achieve it? Also, we are actually, again, I don't show it on the slide, but actually in Burgenland, if you look on the electricity itself, we produce more than 150% of electricity that's needed in Burgenland right now. So electricity-wise, we are independent, but energy-wise, not at all. As you can see, we are at 50%, and we have to, because we need 10 terawatt hours of energy in our region per year, 50% we have to import. So on the electricity side, it looks nice, but the real story is, we are dependent. And we want to change it, and actually, how do we want to do it? Because we have very good, for Austria at least, we have very good wind and solar conditions in our region. So we want to increase heavily the production capabilities of these two technologies and kind of close the gap. So this is the story and the vision. Okay, I repeat myself, 2030, carbon neutrality. And you can achieve it only as a system. This is also a bit to the solution. This we can scale to the, let's say, to the countries and to the, let's say, whole European Union. You need to look on few layers of the system, because we can say, I'm the generation company, and I can say, okay, I will put a lot of PV parks, wind parks, whatever the technology is. It's not the solution itself. It's just a part of the solution. Then you need the grid. We discussed it a bit today. It has to take it. It has to be flexible. And then you need the customers who are kind of also willing to go, let's say, on this journey, because you have to change some of the things. And this we have seen in the last 2 years. We started also in our company and all the companies in Austria and in Europe. A lot of, let's say, we were a very strong company, let's say B2B company, and on let's say on the electricity production side, and then we have some end customers that we are selling electricity and the gas to. But now, since 2 years or 3 years, the world has switched. We are going more and more into solutions. So maybe it's against our business sometimes, but we say, okay, customer, whether you are a company or let's say a household, you need, if you want to be, let's say, independent, you have to do something about it. So you need a solution. So one of the solutions is you can put, let's say, on the rooftop your solar power plant, on the rooftop PV on your rooftop. You can put a storage system into your garage. You can put a heating pump, so you will kind of move from, let's say, gas to electrifying your heating production in your company or at your household. There's a lot of new solutions. So we also went strongly into this kind of end-to-end solutions for customers that allow them to get independent. And also on the household level, I don't have it on the slide, but let's say statistical calculations, if you have a rooftop PV, you have a storage system, and you have the heating pump in your home, you can increase your, let's say, energy, not electricity, but energy independency up to 70 to 80%. You will never reach 100, but it's a nice kind of move from being 100%, let's say, dependent on gas, at home. Of course, it doesn't work always for everyone. Please, we don't want to generalize, but this is, let's say, part of the solution. And last but not least, what you really need is digitalization of the whole thing, because the whole system is getting more and more complex. And if you want to really achieve this zero CO2 in the future, everything, because you have a more volatile generation production, you have these end customers, they are becoming so-called prosumers, so they are producing and they are consumers at the same time, because if you have a, let's say, production capacity on your rooftop, you are also producing, you are not using everything on your own, you put it also in the grid, the production. When you have the storage system, you are also kind of a small player in let's say, on the grid market, because you can also sip some of the production and save it on your site. It doesn't have to go fully in the grid. The same with the EV vehicle. You can use it also, the battery as a storage. So all in all, you need this digitalization. Yeah, you need to get everything as much as you can connect it. And I mean, all these things that we are trying to achieve, they wouldn't be possible 15 or 20 years ago. You can start working on that, and we are far from the perfect solution. But thanks to the whole digitalization and now the AI and so on, you can imagine getting towards that right now, which is good, but there's a lot of work to do. Maybe just very shortly about our company. We are actually a local utility, so we have our mission to provide the electricity to the local communities. We are actually 51% state-owned. So we are let's say not the new kid on the block, and we will stay in the market for decades in the future. And for us, one thing is very important, that we can plan the business, that we have in a way the ability to plan in the long term and build or rebuild the system, the transition in the long term. This is the game we are playing. Yeah, we are not there to build something fast and sell it to some private equity. And on the value chain, just to mention, we do the generation. We have the grid that we are responsible for it. We even started a special digitalization company as enabler for all these changes. And then we have end customers. So last year was, for example, for me in generation was great. Yeah, I was happy. Wow, the price is a few €100. Now I'm really making money. Yeah? On the other hand, we have end customers that we have to provide gas and electricity with, and making a huge losses. And at the end of the day in the company, you can compare it also with with a country or something. You try to balance it out, and at the end of the day you balance or not. Yeah. So it was crazy times, and I hope we wouldn't see so many situations like that again. But we see we are more dependent on the external and internal factors, and we need some kind of solution. And funnily ironically enough, we started at the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021 with a new strategy in the company, which was kind of going on this kind of energy independence. it didn't come from, let's say, Ukraine crisis and the gas crisis, but we were a few months ahead with that, because we said, okay, these big kind of factors, and yeah, we need to go on zero until 2030, and we said, okay, we need to invest more in the renewable generation capacities. We need to invest more money than kind of in the security of supply, smart grids. We also need to think about the solution, how we start, because our production in our case is fully volatile, because it has to be windy or sunny. We don't have gas power plants, we don't have atom, we don't have coal power plants. So we need to work also on the storage system. So we also have our hydrogen strategy, I will mention it later. And then for the end customers, it was really important for us that for our end customers, for people in Burgenland, we need also, let's say, local solution that's independent, because otherwise we would be, at the end of the day, dependent on all this kind of peaks and lows with the prices. In our business, in my business, when I built a power plant, if it's a wind park, it's for 25 years. If it's a PV power plant, it's for the 35 to 40 years. I have to think long term. One of the most important thing in this business, also when you build a grid connection, is the long-term perspective, and you need to be able to plan. And then if you have peaks and lows like that, it's more difficult. Yeah. So this is, let's say, and our vision is to become actually not just an electricity company. We strongly believe in this digitalization part. If you want to achieve all this, you have to act as a green tech company, as a tech company, because otherwise, yeah, you cannot optimize this whole thing. And we try, yeah, with this new young spirits, kind of to reinvent also ourselves as a company. And we have a huge, I mean, for us, okay, for Shell or some big utilities in Europe, it's not such a big budget, but we have now 2 billion euros that we want to invest in this 5-year period, mainly in the wind and PV generation, but also quite some amount of money also in the grid, and also quite some million euros in this whole digitalization story. And it's nothing new actually for us, because we do it for 25 years. We started 25 years ago because in Burgenland you didn't have any gas or oil production. Okay, you almost nowhere have this in Austria, but there were also not really power plants. It was fully actually dependent on the grid connections and Verbund. And then some people had this idea, okay, let's try to get independent. Let's try something new in Burgenland. And 25 years ago were the first wind parks built in Austria and in Burgenland. And actually what happened in this last 20 years, because we have to mention it also, it's one of the questions, yeah. In 10, 15, 20 years, what is possible? I mean, I don't know, but I can tell the technology in this sector is moving very fast. Things are changing. 2001, we had wind turbines that were 85 meters high. Now we are 3 times higher. And at the time, we had machines that were producing less than 1 megawatt. Now the new machines that we are ordering, they can produce 7.2 megawatt. So so they can produce in a, let's say when they are running, more than 7 megawatt hours megawatt hours in 1 hour. So just to give you a feeling, for example, when you drive electrical car with a battery of 70 kilowatt hours, you can charge, well, 100 with one turbine. You can charge in 1 hour 100 cars fully. So yeah, we already have some nice scale effects in this business. And actually, our company, we have already more than 200 turbines in Burgenland, and right now with the production capacity of 614 megawatts. Yeah, so we can actually provide the electricity to a few 100,000 households in Austria, which I think is quite nice. And actually on the electricity side,
we are electricity independence. I mean, if you sum up the numbers, not in every hour, in every second, obviously. And if you look on the whole Burgenland, because we are talking not only about our component, but our Burgenland solution, you can double this factor. We have almost 500 wind turbines right now in Burgenland, and they are with the capacity of 1.3 gigawatt. Yeah, I mean, for this part of Austria, it's a huge thing, and it's a huge energy generation. And I mean, don't want to bore you with the next projects, but we are going to invest also in some new projects, quite some money. And so on the wind side, our plan is that in the next 5 years actually to double the production capacities. In principle, on the permit side, it's possible. I have to say let's say on this side we are quite good. So we have already a huge pipeline, but we are waiting for our colleagues from the grid company. We have no grid connection right now. So yeah, and this is really a pain. But we have another solution on the go, because we already have this more than 600 megawatts of wind capacity online. And we said, okay, but we don't have the grid connection, but we need to move towards, we have to change something. So we said, okay, there's an innovative solution, a hybrid park. So you put the wind park and the PV park, and you use the same grid connection, and then you kind of run both on the same grid connection. And this is what we are right now implementing in Burgenland. I mean, there are many solutions. At the end of the day, with PV, you can do the carport, you can do the rooftop, also rooftop at home. I mean, but if you want to go in the really large-scale industrial level, you need to put this kind of solar parks, the ground-mounted parks, and then also where you do it, you can connect it, because there's a lot of discussions, political discussions when I use the area, and because I need a lot of hectares to put the park, and it's 1 hectare from 1 megawatt. We have parks now, we are building parks that are more than 50 megawatts, so 50 hectares big, and there's always discussion, okay, why do you use this for that and not for agriculture production? Another, you could say, independence on interdependence discussion. So also what we are going to do is also to combine it. So you can still kind of you can produce let's say keep the agriculture production within the PV park, and you just switch the panels up when the, let's say, tractor or some machines are going through, so you can connect it. So it's a nice mix, also towards sustainability. And just to give you a feeling, we are right now going online with we have one of the projects. It's even 100 megawatt PV plant in Austria, and now it's going online actually. It's so, I mean, we are already going in a quite big scale with the whole solution. And always when we do the sparks, we are also trying not to be just a player for ourselves, but also towards this independence. We provide this renewable energy community. What does it mean? That the local community can use the electricity from the PV park they're standing next to. And what we offer there, just to kind of be independent from the peak and lows in the prices, we offered people, the local community, a fixed price, which is on the electricity for the next 20 years. And right now it's very attractive in comparison to the, let's say, market prices. So this is also the part of this kind of regional solution. And also we invite also the local communities to kind of to invest also with us in the parks. So it's also a nice way also to involve the community, because this involvement of the local communities is very, very important, because all this business is about, you need a lot of, maybe in comparison to a gas power plant or other big power plants, it's not only one place that you need it and you build it and you need a lot of locations. Quite often for PV you need a lot of hectares of grounds, and you have to attract local communities to it, obviously. This is how it looks like. It's just a part of the park, wind turbines above. I mean, not above, but this picture above. and next to it the PV park, and this kind of works together under one grid connection. There are some more projects that are already permitted. So this is already permitted and going to be built within the next 12 to 18 months. So quite significant pipeline already. And we have one more pillar in our portfolio, district heating, because the energy is not only electricity, it's also heating. Here we are working with biomass. We already have some plants. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but this kind of sector is also experiencing a lot of changes because you go from biomass, in the future you will try to electrify it and to be also more independent on the pricing side. Maybe we use only local biomass from the 50 kilometers diameter. So from this point of view, you are independent because it's a regional solution, but you are still dependent on the feedstock prices. So in comparison to, let's say, PV and wind turbines, where you have upfront 80 to 90% of investment, and after that, in comparison to gas and coal or the other technologies, you are independent on the feedstock prices, which is good from this point of view. Here we are obviously dependent on the biomass prices, and last year was also difficult for us because everyone needed biomass at some point. But there are also some new innovations using geothermal energy, solar thermal energy, and biogas maybe. Okay, maybe for us biogas is not such a great solution, but there's always something new coming in, and this is really good because out of this crisis of the last 2 years, there's a lot of innovation in the market wherever you look, and we need to work on the solutions and innovations that we are right now working on. I just told you because there were also some questions. Okay, can you be renewable? Yeah, this is the average day in Burgenland on the electricity. This is the PV generation. Okay, in the night, obviously, no sun, no energy production. Then you have the peak in the middle of the day at noon. Okay, quite standard. Yeah, it's easy to imagine. And of course, it depends on the clouds and so on. But this is, let's say, the statistical model. And the wind generation, actually, at the end of the day, you don't know, but correlating towards actually, more windy in the night, and when there's a bad weather, it's more windy, and also in the autumn or in the winter, you have more wind generation. So there's a nice kind of effect where most often when you don't have PV, you have the wind generation, you can kind of put it together. But at the end of the day, the demand is the black line. And this is what you get with the production, yeah? So you have seen at the beginning, we have to import, even though we have 150% of the energy produced in Burgenland, we need to import a lot of energy. This is one of the main reasons why. And if we want to get really independent, we need a solution for that. And one of the, and this is not possible without the storage. So we need to work on the storage systems solution, and this is, let's say, we are working now on the innovative solution. This is a bit, first organic storage system. We work with a German company, CM Blue, on that, and what we did next to our PV park and wind park, we added storage. And then now we are testing it, and we hope it's, let's say, the first step towards being also more independent from, let's say, on this kind of sunny and windy times. This technology, we have to say, it's still a pilot, it's still developing, or in general storage systems, so it's a bit the future. But I believe what we have seen in the last years on the technology sides, now you have the big trends, EV cars, where the batteries are needed, and the energy storage systems. I think it can get only better and cheaper. So we hope this would be part of the future solution. And then, okay, we don't have a lot of time. We have this special solution. This is very technical. What's nice about this solution from this German company is it's not a lithium-ion technology, so you are not dependent again on the metals and all the supply chains. It's based on the electrolytes. It's also not so flammable. Actually, you can do it fully made in Europe if you want, and be from this point of view independent, at least on the supply chain. And by the way, yeah, we are still in the pilot stage, but in the meantime, I think 2 weeks ago, Strabag invested 100 million euros in this company. So yeah, there are some good bits on that. So we hope, yeah, we will see in practice, but we hope it will really be one of the, I don't know, new Teslas of Europe. It's also fully scalable. So this is also nice in terms of implementation. And then if you think about storage solutions, if you want to do it really on a big scale, then you have this hydrogen as one of the possibilities. And we also are starting a big, we have started working on the big electrolyzer solution in Burgenland, together with Verbund, the biggest Austrian utility. Our plan is around 2027 to start with the first electrolyzer with the capacity of 60 megawatts, and the goal would be to do 300 by 2030. Yeah, you need a lot of electricity for that. The plan is to make it out of the green hydrogen. So we would put next to it wind park and solar park and the storage system. And yeah, by then we hope also that storage systems are good enough, and this could be the fully green hydrogen production that is also cost competitive, because yeah, this is one, the business case has to fit. So but it's not only electrolyzer, you need to put the generation capacities next to it, you need the transport pipelines next to it. We are in a lucky position that there are pipelines, also the gas pipelines that we can use for that in the future. And they are going directly to Schwechat, where we have quite few industrial players that might be potential customers. You need also big customers, industry or the households, like big city. It could go to Vienna, for example. And it means also on this kind of at least climate part, also see big CO2 reductions. Okay, this is the visualization. So already there are some ideas on that. Yeah, and this is what we are trying to do, part of the solution. But I think if you want to be really independent at some point, as the regional economy company, you have to go in this direction, yeah? But still part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomasz. No, you were just fine. And we are all speechless. Maybe Austria will not be independent in the energy terms, but Burgenland certainly will. Anyway, I would like to ask the audience to shower you with questions. I guess there will be lots of...
Thank you very much indeed. Actually, if I understand correctly, I read it that Burgenland Energie is installating in private homes also
yes.
On their costs, because the problem is always the investment. Yeah, people may not have the money to have solar power panels on their rooftops, but Burgenland Energie is offering their special conditions. This would be very interesting, because I don't know how far it is in other parts of Austria. And a short question also on this organic storage system. You said no lithium and other products. What is it actually consisting of? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe on the rooftop solution first. Sorry, maybe I should have brought the slide on that. I'm more on this kind of big scale capacity side. But yes, this is part of the solution. We do this rooftop PV plants, and also we provide also the heating pumps, and we try to do it, let's say, in a kind of two-sided model. You can buy it, we install it for you, but there's also this kind of, we want to be like Netflix and co. We also have this abo model. So you pay the monthly rate, and yeah, you pay, I don't know I don't remember what's the current price, but you are under 100 euros per month, and you have it at your roof. And there are, I think, models with 10 and 20 years, and after it, it belongs to you. But this is how we try to support also with our, let's say, financial abilities. We try to support our customers in this transition period. And sorry, on the CM Blue, I have to admit I'm not a technician. So, but what they are, it's not a lithium-ion technology. It's based on the ion electrolytes. It's a redox flow technology. It used to be, let's say, based on metals, but now these are some non-metallic electrolytes. And what it means is also that it's not, it's not dangerous in comparison to normal battery. It's not so flammable. So it's a nice point of view of security, because there are some discussions. Not everyone wants to put, let's say, a battery in the garage or in the cellar. So on this side, 5 stars probably, if I might say so. And also in terms of this all metals and so on, you are more independent. So so we really hope this would work well. It should be scalable. Also, this company, I'm not ambassador of the company. We are just cooperating with them, but they also they have a very bold vision. They said, okay, we do everything made. It's a German company made in Germany. They have the R&D center in Germany. Next to that, they build their own factory. The factory is already kind of built with the concept that they can scale it quite quickly. But of course, now independence with this inflation act from Mr. Biden in US, they are also thinking about opening now, or maybe even moving to US or opening the second factory in US. So it's also these are crazy times. There are some European companies that are right now they're thinking, okay, why should I expand in Europe? So we have European technology and then we go to US. So I don't know what we do always wrong. I mean, not always wrong, sorry, but if we are so vulnerable on the energy on one side and we don't manage to keep let's say, this European innovation, which is amazing in a way, in Europe, So, I think the European Commission should put some more gas here, or maybe some euros also.
Not gas, photovoltaics.
Yeah, sorry, the gas pedal, sorry.
Thanks, Tomasz. The lady, can you get the mic, Christopher? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question is, to which extent are your neighboring provinces, Styria and Lower Austria, already jumping on your conceptual bandwagon? And to which extent are you competitive with Denmark? Thank you.
I mean, competitive with Denmark. I used to work and live in Denmark. I mean, it depends what do you mean by competitive in terms of how fast we will get energy. I mean, CO2 independent. I have to admit, I don't know what's their goal. Ours is 2030, so we would have to check this one. And in terms of Styria and Lower Austria, I mean, Lower Austria is the place where you have the biggest amounts of the wind turbines in terms of, let's say, the provinces, We are actually the biggest player as a company, but let's say from the region, so they are there. Styria is the third place to be in terms of the capacities. I mean, I think what I'm a business guy, and I'm not a politician. I'm not really connected to the politics, but we are owned by, let's say, politics, because we are 51% state-owned. But what we really have in Burgenland, what is really good for us, is the whole regulation. We have a really good support from the politics. I mean, it's a clear strategy, so strategy of the province to get climate neutral. So for us, it's on the permit side. It's relatively easy in comparison to the other provinces in Austria and maybe, let's say, to European kind of average. It's quite relatively easy to make these first movements and get permits on the projects. Also, the communities are used to it. When you drive through Burgenland, there are so many wind parks. I mean,
I can believe, because there's everywhere this NIMBY trend, not in my backyard. We also see it in Burgenland, but not as strong maybe as in other places in Austria and Europe. We also had some opinion polls. I think 70 to 80% of people were for building the new wind park. So this is really good. I think also on the global scale. And yeah, and in Styria and Lower Austria, they have more issues, let's say, on this regulatory side. And also the political support and so on. So it's a big issue, because at the end of the day, I mean, Austria is a relatively small country. And then we have all these provinces, which are even smaller. And everyone is trying to do their own thing. And if you think like that, I mean, you cannot achieve that. We have seen all these interconnectors to the other European countries, to provinces. We also in Burgenland, at the end of the day, also dependent today, because when there's no sun, no wind, we don't produce any energy. So we need to get it from the other places. So it's all about being part of the solution, interconnection, and the politics. I mean, I'm a bit sad about it, because now we are really, like, since 1.5, 2 years, not only in the climate crisis. Okay, there are also different opinions, is the climate crisis or not, but let's say there is one, yeah? But we are really in an energy crisis, and it's not only an energy crisis, we are actually, as the European Union, I mean, you can put it in a controversial way, we are in an energy war at the end of the day, with all these gas supplies and so on, yeah? And you need a solution, and you need a big solution, because the part of the solution is building these volatile production capacities, which are nice. In a way, you are dependent, because, okay, PV panels are produced in China and so on. But at the end of the day, you know what you get, because you have 80 or 90% of the investment up front. And then you are independent on the feedstock prices, at least. Once you put it on the ground, you have it. You know what you have. It's not like someone will close the gas or the coal supplies tomorrow. So this is nice, but it has also its own price, like the grid connections and storage systems and stability of the whole system. And you need to think bold and yeah, as the whole organism. And it's sad that in some provinces it's still so slow, even though, I mean, it's the best time now to do, even sometimes when you need to build a new grid connection, power lines and so on. Of course, there are many people that are against it, because it's above their house or going through the neighborhood, it doesn't look nice and so on. But if we cannot do it today, when should we be able to do it? And this is, yeah. So, yeah, the politicians have to give... Sorry.
Let's give 2 more questions.
Sorry.
Yeah. You and you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very impressed by what you presented. I have the question is, you mentioned like heat pumps, batteries, all these installations, but the ecological footprint of those installations themselves is huge, and they're hardly recyclable. How are these things taken into account in your strategy and ambitions? And should the focus needn't be much more on lowering the demand instead of securing the supply?
I mean, every energy company in Austria or in the EU, they have their energy efficiency quotes. So you have to work with that. No, I'm personally not super involved in that, but this is kind of given per system. But there's the other trend of electrification that we have no impact on. So we cannot do much about that. We need to provide solutions out towards this independence. So I mean, you could say, okay, the market wants it, but you have to drive the market in the right way. Yeah, the footprint, I'm not sure if the carbon footprint of these technologies is higher than of the other fossil fuels technologies. I think it's too early to say. And what we already see, for example, with the wind turbines, is a huge industry on, let's say, on the recycling side. If you look only on the rotors, that is how they are recycled or being used, and this will follow also with the other components. The same is on the batteries already.
there's a lot of discussions. What do you do with the EV cars batteries? Some companies are already buying them and building, let's say, kind of in Germany, multi-megawatt storage solutions and give second life to it. So I think I'm optimistic about it because there would be a solution, or there are already solutions being made. Yeah, yeah, but cannot fully answer it also. But yeah, there's with every solution there are some problems coming with, and yeah, but we are kind of optimistic also on that.
And then the last question, and then we can break.
Yes, because this whole subject's so thought-provoking, sometimes I allowed my thoughts to stray, and I might have missed a few points with your presentation. What I'd like to home in on at the moment is the matter of hydrogen. If I understand correctly, you already have built a plant you haven't. Okay.
It's the plan, 2027.
2027?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the question is, will it produce blue hydrogen or green hydrogen?
Green.
Green hydrogen. Good. Who will be your customers and how will you deliver the product? I think you've mentioned using existing pipelines. Yep. I would say if you're going to use existing pipelines, that will involve a certain amount of investment, particularly in valve stations and so on. You'll probably have to upgrade valve stations and so on to make sure that you don't get high leakage. So I'd like a bit more background on that, please.
So on the customers, I mean, the project wouldn't fly without customers. I cannot reveal the customers right now, but we are right now in the negotiations with the customers.
Is it industry? Or?
It's industry and also energy companies and big players, which is good because it means serious players because it's the long-term investments. You need to have long-term contracts. To be honest, it's still, we are right now we got the feasibility study done and we are in the basic engineering now. So we haven't decided on, let's say, technical solution, but it's coming within the next 12 months. At the same time, we are negotiating with the customers. It would be green, fully green. That's the idea. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. This is not what we believe in. And the last question was, just please help me. Yeah, the gas pipeline. Yeah, we are in the fortunate position, and this was one of the criteria why we want to do it. We have the gas pipeline going from Burgenland towards Vienna. And yeah, you need to make some adjustments. But you have it, you don't have to build anything from scratch. And this is nice because then you can kind of upcycle the whole pipeline and use it. And I mean, also the investment would be big, but not that huge because you can use what you already have. But the whole solution, it's quite complex because you need, I showed it on the slide, you need the electrolyzer, you need to build generation capacities, you need a pipeline or upgrade the pipeline, and you need customers who will take it on the long term. If one of the parts of this equation doesn't work or doesn't want to make a long-term commitment, the whole thing wouldn't fly.
Thanks. You would like to ask something?
Follow-up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ask.
Thank you for inserting me. You had a diagram of the investment changes, and it showed wind,
yes,
grid,
grid,
and PV.
Yes.
Hydrogen was not in the spot. Does it mean it's totally delayed, and as you said, 2027? And does that reflect a certain crisis of the development of the hydrogen industry?
No, I mean, it's a very good point, yeah. Because it was our strategy that we developed at the beginning of 21, and it was for the next 5 years until end of 2025. And right now, according to our feasibility studies and basic engineering, we would be able to go online with the first electrolyzer
somewhere at the end of 27. So sorry for that, but this graphic was, yeah, it was for the first 5 years, let's say, until 2025. That's why.
It's different now, the situation.
Yes. But, I mean, fair enough. I mean, we are still, let's say, in this kind of investigation period. So if you ask my board if they already gave me, let's say, a kind of investment, okay, for hydrogen, they didn't, because we are still working on that, yeah, on the business case and so on. We hope it will fly, but yeah, the decision hasn't been made yet.
Thanks a lot, Tomasz. I think that we wrapped up this session very nicely. I would like to thank Arnold and Tomasz for their very comprehensive lecturing. Very nice, very impressive. We will break for 30 minutes, I would say. Let's come back at 3:45 to follow up. We have two also excellent speakers, Walter Boltz, who will tell us a lot about also market designs and then maybe touch upon a gas story. And then we will sum up with Oliver Elbling, who is standing all the time here now, about to enlighten us how decarbonization can be really a win-win solution for everyone. Please enjoy some refreshments which our colleagues prepared for you, and see you in half an hour. Okay, so on my left hand side is Walter Boltz, who is now senior advisor to many companies and institutions, and of course you know him in Austria, being the president of E-Control for many years. In capacity of the energy community, Walter was also a member and the chair of supervisory board of the gas TSO of Ukraine. So he is also full with insiders information about Ukraine, even more than we do in the energy community. And on my right hand side is Oliver Elbling. He's the manager of Wagner and Elbling company in Vienna, a consultant, basically energy consultant. Very prominent in the Central Europe and in the energy community, both in electricity and gas sectors. Gas also maybe a little bit more in the past, but now is, as all of us, transitioning to these decarbonizing topics, which will be his topic today. But Walter first. Walter will tell us something not only about energy market designs, but I think a little bit also about the gas markets. Okay, please, Walter. As in the last session, let's have good half an hour for Walter, good half an hour for Oliver, and you will raise your questions immediately after their interventions. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here either physically. I think the last time I was here 2 years ago, it was virtually. I have been asked to talk mostly about, let's say, the security of supply of Austrian energy, and there was supposed to be a third speaker to talk specifically about the gas situation. Unfortunately, he is ill, so I will talk a little bit about that, since Ronald is somebody I hired at E-Control, so I kind of know what he would say probably. I will try to give a little bit an overview, and I guess my views will be maybe slightly more pessimistic than what you have heard before. I don't know if that's a question of age or if you get more cynical or not. But
no, you get more wise. You get wiser when you get older. This is what I was told, yeah. And I'm happy to reach that age.
Been through some of the difficult periods over the last 20 years. You have maybe a more realistic assessment of what will happen, what doesn't. It's not going to happen. Now let's start with a more global view on energy. We are supposed to reach net zero eventually by 2050, and the question, of course, is: are we going to do it? What effects do we see there? Are the measures we are taking at the moment sufficient, or do we need to do more, or what else? So in summary, I think global energy markets are moving towards decarbonization, but the pace is much too slow to reach, net zero by 2050. It's probably also too slow to reach net zero by 2060, like the Chinese claim. So it's probably more 2070, 2080 if we don't speed up massively, which I leave it up to you to judge if that's possible or not. We do have an interesting effect from the 22-23 energy crisis because the high electricity and gas prices actually did accelerate renewable deployment because everybody was interested in having cheaper sources of energy and maybe energy that is not directly linked to fossil fuel prices. But at the moment, I would say it's extremely unlikely we reach the 1.5 degree target, and probably we are more at the 2.5 to 3 degree trajectory. Now, can it be accelerated? Yes, of course, we could do more, but I'll have some numbers later on to show you that it's not likely that we will be successful. It's also obvious that in Europe we are seeing as an indirect effect of the energy crisis, but maybe not only through that, a shifting focus of policy. The policy is now more on defense, economy, migration, security, and less on climate change. We have a fair amount of new climate initiatives that started at the EU. I think all of them will be eventually implemented. But I don't think the next Commission will come up with anything in addition. That is my view, and you see that in many countries there is a shift away from the parties that have supported basically climate change mitigation efforts. So I think the next EU Parliament and also the Council will be a lot less willing to accept further climate measures. What we also see is that because of the high prices last year, the industry has invested heavily in fossil fuels. So obviously the time it takes from investment decision to the time the first barrel of oil or the first cubic meter of gas comes out takes a couple of years. But we have a huge investment that was made into fossil fuels, and this practically means companies will use that fossil fuel. So it's very unlikely that they will, in the middle of drilling in front of, let's say, Nigeria, they will stop, close the wells and go home. That I find not believable. What is interesting is that at the moment, I think Europe is high on ambition and I would say only moderate on implementation. Whereas the US is with this IRA, this Inflation Reduction Act, which is a big subsidy scheme, quite successful in getting industry to do things, to put money there, to invest. So I think the US is, which was a little bit slow, they are in the process of catching up, although they still have some problems. I read this morning some article on the great difficulty the offshore wind industry has in the US. But overall, there is a lot of investment in renewable technologies in the broadest sense in the US. And also China is very much pushing forward. It's the biggest investor in renewables is China. So I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see more progress in the US and China than we see in Europe. And we'll continue to do things, but I don't think we'll accelerate it. And the rest of the world, I think, will mostly be watching and see, if what we are doing is working or not, and then they will decide if they join the bandwagon or if they say, okay, this is a silly notion. Just to give you an idea, I took this from DNV, which is a Dutch institution who put out a kind of a net zero report every half a year or a year. So if we're thinking about the pathway to zero, by 2050, there is kind of a very important interim step is around 2033, 2035. So if we want to stay on the pathway to net zero by 2050, we would need to grow PV by about a factor of 8, wind by a factor of 5 globally, hydrogen by a factor of 3, having said that, only a tiny part of that is hydrogen from green sources. That's mostly hydrogen from natural gas. We would have to grow the share of passenger vehicles a factor of, I don't know, 18 or 20 or something. because we have now some EV penetration in some European countries, but on a global scale, there is very little EVs outside of China, US, and some parts of Europe. And we also need to grow massively carbon capture and storage. Now, I leave it up to you to say, do you believe that in 10 years we'll have 8 times more solar installed in Austria, for example, or 5 times more wind installed in Austria? I mean, it's a big question, given the difficulty to approve things, that even if in Burgenland we have a very, let's say, relaxed local administration. In most of Austria, they are less relaxed. We still have half of Austria who says no wind, In Tyrol, Vorarlberg, Salzburg, maybe they have 1 or 2 windmills, but not hundreds, and we're talking hundreds, So that's what we would need to do in the next 10 years, and given that we have like 2 or 3 years to build all that stuff, basically within 2 or 3 years we would need applications and final investment decisions to reach this target. I don't think it's possible, honestly. And when you go to 2050, this is a little bit small print, but I'll just say oil demand would have to fall by 2/3. Gas demand also by 2/3. Coal would have to drop basically to very small amounts. 90% of coal would be off if you want to reach that. And then, lots of other things. So basically, I do not believe it's realistic that we reach the target. Now, what that means for environmental effects, catastrophes, agriculture, I don't know. I mean, obviously, we will find out. Unfortunately, it looks like Europe is actually getting even more temperature, because we are seeing that the average temperatures are rising by like 1 degrees by now, I think, in 2023. But in Europe, it's actually more. I'm not sure if the meteorologists fully understand that, and there's now this discussion, why the hell is 2023 already so hot? It's supposed to be only hot like that 10, 15 years in the future. And there are various explanations floating around, like, oh, we got the ships to use more clean fuel, and that means there is less dirt and dust in the air, and therefore more solar power comes to the bottom. I don't know, but the effect is it looks unrealistic that we will reach this target. Now let's go to the European energy crisis, and it's called European, although of course it had effects everywhere. I mean, Europe was pretty unprepared for what happened in 2022. I mean, nobody thought the Russians would stop delivering gas. I mean, if you had asked the gas guy, let's say on the 31st of December 2021, is there anything going to happen with gas? They would have sworn, no, even during the collapse of the Soviet Union, gas continued to flow. Although in 2021 there was already a massive manipulation of the European gas market by Russia. But still, I think people didn't believe it. So when Russia attacked Ukraine, and then all the follow-up came, basically we were in pretty deep trouble in Europe. We were able, to the surprise of some people, that do a combination of emergency measures. I mean, we did manage to reduce consumption on top of what prices did, energy savings, a lot of luck, which means basically the luck was a warm winter, which is kind of hard to order and influence, and China's zero COVID policy, which freed up a lot of gas for bringing it to Europe. Otherwise, the Chinese had contracted, but they didn't need it because they locked in all their workers in their homes in most of the industrialized part of the country, and therefore there was no need for gas. So it was kind of a combination of luck. So we survived, and nobody was curtailed. There was no kind of massive energy shortage anywhere. But of course, we had serious price spikes, and we are still feeling, and we will feel for a long time, the effects. I mean, social effects, we see political effects. The shift to the right has something to do with inflation and stuff like that. And so basically, while we weathered the current or the most urgent developments, we will still probably have to work a couple of years before a large part of the effects, the negative effects, are compensated. Global gas markets were under pretty much stress, but they functioned, although people were saying, oh, you know, this will be terrible, but it actually did work. High prices were working. Fortunately, not too many other countries used the Iberian model of subsidizing gas for power production, which they did on the Iberian Peninsula. There was a discussion to do it somewhere else, but most people realized that this would only work with very heavy intervention. Like Austria would have had to basically cut the electric wires to Germany and to Slovenia and to Hungary if we would do that, and that's kind of a pretty tough thing to do. So now we see that markets have rebalanced, but prices are still 4 to 5 times higher in Europe than in the US. And that is a pretty bad sign for energy-intensive industry. We have seen that roughly 20% of energy-intensive production, mostly chemicals and cement, has basically left Europe last year. They will never come back. You know, if you want today to build an ammonia factory, nobody will build it in Europe. But of course, if you had it there, you kept it running. But last year you said, okay, at these gas prices, it's impossible to sell the product. So they closed down and went to the US, to the Arab Peninsula, to whatever, Singapore, to other countries, and they will not come back. Now, it's not that these companies would have stayed in Europe forever with these production lines, but it accelerated. So today, industrial gas demand is roughly 13% below what it was before. And industrial production is also maybe 8 or 9% below sort of pre-crisis levels, and it will not. This part will not grow again. You know? So we have lost that, and this is jobs and tax income and so on. I think that we have also seen massive investments in fossil developments across the globe because it was so profitable. So many final investment decisions were reached, and they will materialize over the next couple of years, which means in 2 years we'll have a pretty oversupplied gas market, probably also oil market, although you never know how OPEC will curtail production, so that's a little bit, but on a purely production capacity basis, we will be very, very well supplied for gas and oil over, let's say, from 25 to 30 or so. Before markets rebalance. So that will be a low price phase for fossil fuels with all the negative effects on renewables, because when the fossil prices are high, it's very easy to have commercially viable renewables. If fossil prices are very low, it's different. Hydrogen, we were talking about hydrogen before. I think we are overestimating the hydrogen possibility, build up and so on. There is a lot of enthusiasm, but it's pretty limited to few countries. I mean, Germany is crazy about hydrogen. The Netherlands is also very much focused on hydrogen, but then it's already getting a little bit less. I mean, in Austria, we talk a little bit about it, but there are not many projects. There's no legal basis for it. There's no regulatory basis for it. So this is pretty far off. I think there will be a global hydrogen market eventually. Maybe not in the form of gas, but more likely in the form of ammonia and other products. But it's probably going to take a long time, you know, much longer than people anticipate. I think we will see a growth of renewable electricity. That's not surprising. It's by now, on a kilowatt-hour basis, the lowest cost technologies. So wind and PV in decent locations is cheaper than any other form of electricity generation. Of course, it creates system costs, which are kind of difficult to allocate. So that makes the whole grid a little bit less stable, and we will probably see price spikes, maybe also some instability in the grid going forward. But on a pure kilowatt-hour basis, renewables are the cheapest technology that we have, and they will continue to fall in prices, even though wind is going up a little bit. But the only thing that's able to match are old hydropower, like the Danube, and old, beyond the lifetime of, beyond the depreciation period, nuclear power plants. But they will die off eventually. I mean, even after 60 years, most of the nuclear power plants will have to be closed. And then building a new one, I mean, you are probably at like 2 to 3 times the cost of, for example, wind or solar. Now, what we also see in Europe is kind of the side effects. We see a renationalization of energy. the Czech Republic is kind of renationalizing the whole infrastructure. You know, the gas grid and electricity grid, and ČEPS is buying everything. You know, it's not directly state-owned, but it's the majority state-owned. We also see there's a lot of a taste for market interventions, which is not good, because it was okay last year to have a few interventions given in a crisis situation, but overall, if you have too many market interventions, you have less stability, less efficiency. I think you will also see that electricity supply will not be able to be really granted, as we have seen in the last 10 years, in the future. And industry also sees that, why we see a lot of power purchase agreements being signed. So there are companies, industrial energy users, say, okay, I want to buy 20-25% of my electricity need long-term from a windmill, a PV plant, or another power plant, and I want this fixed price for these years with some inflation adjustment. And that is a sign that the companies are no longer sure that they will be able to buy reasonably priced electricity 3, 5, 10 years in the future, so they buy now. I mean, these are good or bad. I mean, the EU has now, with the electricity market design, acknowledged that this might be a good thing, and they are encouraging long-term contracts. We will see how we can get the benefits of those long-term contract models, which are independent of, for example, fossil fuel prices, to small customers. Because for first, they can buy whatever, 50 megawatt for 10 years, but nobody's going to sell me 10,000 kilowatt hours a year for 15 years at a fixed price. Yeah? So the question is how you get this benefit of price protection to small customers, and probably politicians need to think a lot about this. I think we will see that the drive to phase out nuclear and coal and so on will be slower, and we'll probably see a lot of that energy stay in the system for at least a lot more years. And you see in many countries the extension of nuclear use that will probably be the thing of the year, because people don't want to close too much until we have built other generation technologies, which is actually sensible. I mean, the Germans have a bad example. You know, they were much more enthusiastic in closing plants than in building new ones. And you can't close 1,000 megawatt of nuclear and build 1,000 megawatt of wind and say, oh, this is great, because 1,000 megawatt of wind produces about about a fifth of the electricity that the nuclear 1,000 megawatt produces. So this is kind of silly. I think we will see the energy-intensive industry leaving Europe. I already said that. And I think what we also see is we see a little shift from decarbonization being driven by politics to decarbonization being driven by industry. Some companies, maybe not quite as ambitious, but they have maybe more realistic plans. And they say, okay, we will start decarbonization and we'll continue doing that. And we just want some stable framework from the government, but we don't care about these individual programs. Now, looking at the Austrian energy market, I think good news is that energy supply for the coming winter is pretty much okay. We have lots of storage, we have some depressed consumption, so we will be okay. But we are very slow in moving away from Russian gas, much too slow, and we'll get more and more pressure also politically. And of course, we are still at risk, because if this stops immediately, which is always possible, we shouldn't forget that the Russians were very quick in cutting the supply to Germany when they stopped Nord Stream 1 in the first half of last year for some funny reasons, like, oh, we don't have lubricant for turbines anymore, so we can't send you gas, which was obviously a silly argument. So this can always happen again, and then of course the pipeline goes to a war area. So some rocket, which seemed to be flying around a lot in Ukraine, might also end up at a gas pipeline, which wouldn't be a big problem, but at a compressor station, which could be a big problem. I don't think we will then run out of gas, but we would have an extreme price spike. And price spikes, as we have seen last year, I mean, they cost a huge amount to the budget, and they also are very bad for social, political, and other reasons. So it's something we should try to avoid. energy policy, and that's Austria, but it's also a little bit true in many other European countries. We are higher on ambition than on implementation. In Austria, we don't have a green gas law yet. We have only moderate progress on energy efficiency. Our 100% renewable electricity goal for 2035 is completely unrealistic. We will not meet it, and probably the next after the next government will have to tell the people, guys, you know, these guys, crazy people, 3 governments before told you that this is our goal, but it's not doable. And we have still not found a solution to accelerate the approval processes. So we need for a grid 20 years, which is a long time, and we see also that the approval times for wind and large PV, ground-based PV, is also taking rather long. I mean, not 20 years, but already 2 or 3 years. And on the infrastructure, we're also lagging behind. We have, you know, the famous WAG loop that has been in the media, basically a tiny little piece of pipeline from the border to Germany to Linz. And I mean, everybody knows it's needed since like 2.5 years, but nobody moves. So the first one who moves is the one who, you know, gets beaten up. So nothing has happened. We also need a lot of grid expansion because at the moment there is insufficient grid in many parts of Austria to connect additional renewable plants. And there is no quick solution to this because the build-up should have started like 5 years ago. Now everything is sold out and it's very expensive and so on, so it will take a while. And the hydrogen network, I think it will also take a long time before we have. I mean, we might have, I hope for Energie Burgenland, one pipeline from, you know, this electrolyzer to Vienna, but that's kind of one pipeline and that connects like 3 companies to the electrolyzer, which is still great, but it's not a solution for the whole thing. Okay, now let me spend 5 minutes, if I have still 5 minutes, on a couple of numbers. I put this together just to show you the scope of things to be done. On the left side, you see the primary energy supply global, and you see on the very left, in the top column here, that's the amount of, you know, let's say the green one is also, it's kind of hydro plus it's also wood and these kind of things, you know. And the rest is fossil and nuclear. And, you know, we need to get down to here, you know. So this little part here, this whatever 15% needs to become 85% in 2050. So and all the rest has to be retired. A pretty daunting task, and you have to write off huge amounts of investments and so on. So that's why I say I don't think it will really happen. So let's skip that. I think what you have seen, and probably in many cases, we had exceptional price developments last year. We had prices that everybody would have sworn could never be achieved in electricity, also in gas. But having said that, I think about half of, maybe a third or half of the price spike was due to our meaning European clumsy storage targets. Because the EU, in the panic after the start of the Ukrainian war, said, okay, we need to put more gas in storage, which is in itself a good idea. But they had very fixed dates, fixed percentages. So suddenly on the gas market, which was already nervous, there were buyers who were totally price insensitive because they bought at any price. And, you know, anybody who knows a little bit about the market says, okay, if I know as a seller of gas, I have buyers who will buy at any price, that's great, you know. I just double the price and then double it again and see when they stop. But they never stopped, you know, so they kept buying. So Austria bought about 4 billion worth of gas, which is probably now worth 1.5 billion. But it's in last year's budget, so this is, as it's called, sunk cost. But so this was one of the effects that when you get too much intervention. But still the price was very high. And we have a structural problem. Gas prices are likely to be pretty high for quite some time, and this is shown here. I think this is August, but it's not much different. I mean, we have in Europe, this is now not in megawatt, in euros per megawatt hour, but this is another unit, but it doesn't really matter. We are paying $11 per MMBTU, and the US pays 2.6, 2.2, 2.3. That's a big difference if you buy a lot of gas. Huh? Of course, Russia is also in this low price range, and the other parts of the world. So Europe is at the moment the highest priced gas market globally, with some small exceptions in a few cases. JKM in Japan is a little bit higher. Last year it was different. So last year Europe was the very highest. Now it's about the same. So we will see that a lot of industry is leaving Europe, and I don't think we will be able to fix it. And you see in Germany this industrial price initiative, basically offering industry lower electricity prices. We'll see how Austria will respond to that. Probably we'll see something similar, because if our biggest competitor, Germany, is offering industry some price subsidies, we probably have to somehow match that in Austria. So I'll skip that. And maybe this is interesting. This is the household price index. And I mean, you see that we are, let's say, somewhere in the upper in the upper half for electricity and gas. Germany is the most expensive one, because Germany had for a couple of years the city policy to subsidize unlimited amounts of extremely expensive PV. And that's basically burdens them for 20 years from the time which it started. I mean, they stopped it after a while, but it started maybe 10, 12 years ago. So they will continue to have this burden financially for another 5 to 8 years. Austria was a little bit smarter. We didn't fund so much the energy. Okay, let's keep that. Yeah, this is the renewable share. Let's leave this. Maybe on a final note, Austria is blessed with a lot of interconnections in gas to many neighboring markets. We are still buying by far too much gas from Russia, but we have pretty good connections to Italy, very strong connections. We have a not quite sufficiently strong connection to Germany. We also have a connection through Slovakia to the Czech Republic and to the eastern part of Germany, to Greifswald, where Nord Stream 1 and 2 was except 70. So we are just in need of some infrastructure improvements, and then we should be okay, even if the Russian gas deliveries stop. But we should be fast in those infrastructure developments. The Germans managed to build the connection pipelines between the new LNG terminals and the main grid in 8 months, by the government telling the company, come on, start. I mean, you file for environmental protection analysis. If you don't get it, we'll compensate you financially for what has been the costs that have been run up. And building a pipeline is actually not taking long. If it's above ground, it takes, and this is long, it's like 150 or something kilometers. So our 40 kilometers shouldn't take more than a year. But we have to be, let's say, a little bit more speedy in the permitting and in decision making. Technically, it's not a challenge. By now, there's also enough capacity in the steel industry and the construction industry. So it's not like a year ago where it was very difficult to get somebody to work. In the construction industry, now there's sufficient capacity. So I don't think we have to worry about availability, but we should focus on infrastructure development and maybe occasionally try to do things a little bit, not just by the book, but more pragmatically, and then we should be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. As I said, with age you only get wiser. Nothing wrong about that. A little bit pessimistic, true. Maybe Oliver will offset this pessimism with his genuine optimism. We will see. I have a lot of questions, but first the audience, please, because Walter Walter talked about many very provocative topics. So
yes, I would also have a lot of questions, but just one quick one, talking about infrastructure. Croatia has built an LPG terminal, LNG terminal, and I believe they're extending it. Is there a way of getting gas from there to Austria, or are there plans of doing something about it so that there can also be a source of gas for Austria?
Well, at the moment, there is no practical possibility to bring gas to Austria, maybe tiny amounts. There are plans for expanding the network, but given the complexity of Croatia, Slovenia, and Austria, they would have to agree on the pipeline. The estimated costs are between 300 and 500 million euros, and it probably takes 5 years plus. And that means in 5 years plus, we won't need it. Because in 5 years plus, we will either have sufficiently expanded the pipeline to Germany, we will then get the use of an existing pipeline from Italy to Austria, and that would be sufficient to supply Austria. So there is this plan that the Bavarians have been trying to get Kirk gas to Bavaria, and I mean I said, well, if the Bavarians, the Germans pay for it, by all means build it. It cannot hurt. But I don't think Austria should put any money on this because we have so much import capacity, over let's say 5 years plus. That we don't need another one, or we don't need to pay for it. If somebody pays for it and we can get to use it occasionally, great. But it's not worth funding it ourselves.
Yeah. So we have 3 more questions.
Thank you. I just want to say one word. I appreciate your comprehensive view and your, well, somebody called it pessimism. I would call it realism. And for me personally, now consuming this information mostly over the media, it was really good to hear this comprehensive view and this realism. Yes, because I don't think in the public debate, as far as I can follow it, yes, and I try to follow it as much as I can in the media, this is not so present.
True. And why is it not so present, Walter? Why does media shy away from this?
Well, I mean, this is a good question. I think we have, on the one side, the politicians who, for obvious reasons, try to paint a rosier picture than what reality is. Because they want to get re-elected, and so it's not very rarely you get re-elected by saying, oh, the status of the world is really bad and I have no clue what to do about it. Then they say, okay, go home and I'll vote for somebody who promised me paradise. Now, of course, this person also doesn't have paradise access, but at least they claim to do it. And the second thing is that it is, in a way, you see that in many sectors you have individual progress, which is good. But there are not many people, I think, who have really the comprehensive overview. And it's also not very popular to say it. So also the media, they're more likely to have a wonderful report of another windmill opened up somewhere in Burgenland, which is great. But, given the whole state of the world, this is just a little drop on a hot stone. And it's not going to change. But I don't know. I mean, this is an interesting debate, and maybe we should talk to some people who are more, let's say, expert on media and public opinion than I am, because there is a clear discrepancy. The media in general are projecting a relatively optimistic view until something happens, like, a tornado in the Czech Republic, and then the world is suddenly doomed. And both is not true. I mean, even if we have an occasional tornado somewhere, it will not doom the whole world. But still, we do not get a realistic view of what the world is likely to develop, which is bad because we should be preparing much more for climate change, because it will happen. and obviously climate change has a lot of nice aspects, like, you can still go swimming in large parts of Austria. No, not only Austria, but also in Spain it's 30 degrees, so nice, late season for swimming. But it has a lot of negative effects on agriculture and all sorts of things, on living conditions in North Africa. So we should prepare better, but somehow our public communication of the status of the world is not really up to what it should be.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, you have mentioned the one pipeline in Germany which was built in a rather fast way because permissions were given even afterwards, and it seems that it is missing this feeling of urgency here. It's about these 30 kilometers of connection, because we really don't know what will happen after end of coming year concerning Ukraine. The other thing is, do you have any news on the huge offshore gas field in Romania? It's supposed to be constructed. Is there a move? And finally, in Austria, there was a huge finding recently about, it was in the media, about natural gas. Now, again, it's always this slow moving concerning permissions and implementation. It all takes years. Will there be something done about this?
Good question. Interestingly enough, the Germans, who are not really famous for their infrastructure development speed, they are now planning to do something about it. This was this meeting between Scholz and the regional governors about, I think, a week ago, and they have a so-called Beschleunigungspaket, which is a set of measures which are supposed to increase the speed of permitting. And they have some innovative ideas, and it seems at least the federal government, in the person of the chancellor and the regional governors, have agreed on some components. You can read it under Beschleunigungspaket on the internet. You should find it. There is in Spiegel 2 weeks ago, I think there was a nice article on it, 26 measures. I can't repeat all of them, but there are some innovative ones, like if one authority is dealing with some permit and they need another authority to give their comments, they can send it to them and say, you have like 2 months to respond. If you don't respond, then the first one can say this is deemed to be positive. Also, there is a deadline that if one of the regional authorities is not coming to a decision by, let's say, a year, then it devolves to the federal authorities. Well, now, I'm not sure if Austria could do something like that, but on the other hand, Germany has a relatively similar structure between the Länder and the Federal Republic. So if we would be able to do something along those lines, it would be a big step forward. Now, if it will happen or not, I don't know. I don't think, definitely not in this government, because this government is already towards the end of its productive phase. But maybe the next government could put that on the agenda. It would definitely be needed. When you look at some of the high voltage lines, good God, when I started as a regulator in 2003, there were some projects that are not built yet. 22 years later. And the construction time is like a year. It's not the issue. So we are really, really slow there. And we have to speed up, otherwise all our plans about renewables and so on is totally impossible to achieve, because it doesn't help if we have lots of windmills if we don't connect them to the grid, or if they have to be turned off half of the time because of grid bottlenecks. So I hope Austria does something along those lines, but there is no concrete plan to my knowledge at the moment.
I would like to ask, what should Austria do to reduce import of Russian gas? Are we obliged to take as much as we do? Could we reduce? In which way?
Well, Austria is obviously not obliged to take any. We could easily pass a law which forces OMV to reduce the amount of Russian gas every year by 25%. And then by 27, there would be 0. The Bulgarians have, funny enough, implemented a tax on imports of Russian gas, which of course is highly illegal according to EU law. But the European Commission, they said, okay, we'll look how this works because it's an interesting idea. I mean, the easiest and cleanest solution would be sanctioning pipeline gas imports from Russia. That's pretty straightforward. OMV had a chance to cancel the contract last year when Gazprom was very much under-delivering. They did not do that. So now the legal case is getting a little bit more difficult, but I think they could still cancel the contract because the gas has been used as a weapon in political power play, and it's no longer a commercial contract. You know, it's abused by the Russian government, so probably OMV would have a good cause to cancel it. But you know, they're a joint stock company, and they say, why should we do it? If the government wants us to do it, they pass a law and we follow the law. So it's not that we could easily survive without it. It's obviously easier if this is phased out instead of abruptly stopped, you know, because that always causes problems. But if it's phased out over 2 or 3 years, we wouldn't have any problem at all. It also wouldn't be more expensive, or 5% more expensive, and given what we have paid last year for gas, it's irrelevant if 5% up or down, because the Russian gas is not so much cheaper. It's a little bit cheaper, but this is like a couple percent, you know, it's not a huge amount.
Opposite to the Beschleunigungspaket, we seem to indulge heavily into Verlangsamungspaket, even if the OMV could have seized the contract last year. Due to which factors didn't it do it? Due to the being in the hands of the Russians ever since '55?
I don't think this plays such a big role. You know, this is history. It's more when you put yourself in the shoes of the you know, board there. They say, well, if we cancel if we stop the contract and you know say, okay, we you know terminate it, probably Gazprom will take them to arbitration court. It will be a more or less expensive case, taking a few years, and potentially there's a pretty large amount of money at stake. And on the other hand, if they continue buying, they buy at market prices. They don't have to worry too much about it. The gas comes now. OMV has prepared itself for interruption. So different than other companies, they have really said, okay, we don't know if the gas will come through Ukraine. So they put quite some gas in storage for their own clients. They booked capacity through Germany to bring their own gas. They have gas in the North Sea, which they sell on a day-ahead basis in Northern Europe, but they could also bring it to Austria. So they have the capacity for that. So they have prepared for disruptions. But until somebody forces them to take the legal risk and the practical risk and costs, they say, why should we do that? You know, we have no problem with getting the gas. It's good gas. We have been receiving it for many years. If the government wants us to stop, they should tell us to stop.
So if there is bombing on the pipelines in Ukraine and we wouldn't get the gas from Russia, would Algeria and Libya, through our pipelines through Italy, be enough to supply Austria?
No. The supply would come from Germany and from storage. So we have stored a lot of gas in Austria, and the largest import would come from Germany, from basically Northern Europe. That's part Norwegian gas, part LNG. Maybe small amounts would come from Algeria, but since the Italians have stopped, or they will stop buying Russian gas by the end of this year, they will need more or less all the gas from Libya and Algeria for Italy. They have some LNG facilities, but also their capacity is not so big. Italy is a very big market, and depending on the economic situation, maybe Italy has a little bit surplus import capacity, then they will sell it to Austria if we pay for it. But it would drive our prices up. Italy has always been more expensive than Austria on the gas side, also on the electricity side, so we would have suddenly a significantly higher gas price, and then gas would also flow to Austria, but only a small part from Italy.
Thanks a lot. Our experience is that as long as the gas is transiting Ukraine, the Russians didn't really try to bomb the gas infrastructure in Ukraine. Somehow this gas infrastructure was spared. Is it related or not? I don't know. But This is the fact. My mic is not good, but did you hear me? Okay, thanks. Okay, Walter, you really did a great job. There is another. Okay, I think we can have. But you didn't say anything about domestic production in Austria. Do you believe of gas? Do you believe this is going to happen?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe we do a little bit more production here, but I think given that the use of gas is declining in Central Europe, new gas fields take, let's say, 3 to 5 years to develop. And we are in the phase of exploratory drilling. So maybe on 1 or 2 places there will be additional gas production, but I wouldn't put too much hope on that, because it's going to take a couple of years before it ramps up, and then maybe the gas demand is already declining. And production in Austria is not so cheap. You know, it's a lot cheaper to get gas from, I don't know, other places where drilling is less expensive than to do it in Austria with all these environmental rules. So maybe we get a little bit, but it will not be a significant contribution, I think.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about pumped storage hydropower. How much unused potential is there in Austria? Do you think it's realistic that more capacity for pumped storage hydropower will come online in the future? Or is it politically so infeasible to realize big new projects that it's not going to play a big role in Austria in the future? Thanks.
I mean, it's a very, very long process. I mean, there is one bigger project, Kaunertal in Tyrol, which I think they started in 2004 or 5 with the permit, and now they're coming to the point where maybe they get the okay to do it. You know, still a big fight. So this is like 20 years permit, and then maybe 5 years construction. So we're talking about 25 years, and that's about it. I mean, there's some potential for what you have seen also in Vorarlberg, this additional turbines to an existing hydro storage. There's maybe a little bit more potential for that. Completely new valleys that could be flooded, I don't see. That will be maybe in other parts of the world, but not in Austria, and also probably not in Europe. I mean, it's a massive intervention in the environment. There are some projects along the Danube, you know, some where on private property there could flood an area. I'm not sure. Also, you know, when you think about it, 25 years you need to construct it. You know, if today you decide you want it, 25 years, then it's probably only economical after another 20 years. So once the depreciation is there. So you make a bet on electricity prices, or more specifically on the price of flexibility from 2050 to 2100. That's a pretty big bet, right, to put your money on it. So I don't believe there will, and don't forget, we might get batteries a lot cheaper before then. Because, you know, 50 years is a long time, and, you know, we could get very cheap batteries, whatever, flow batteries, God knows what, maybe technologies we haven't even heard of yet. So that's why there are very, very few really new storage hydro plants, because of the long lead time, the unpredictability of, you know, the cost of flexibility, or the price for flexibility.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we are very late after the conference. So thanks, Walter. Thanks a lot. Now I will ask Oliver to tell us why decarbonization is the solution to all these concerns and challenges that we were talking already 3 hours. Oliver, the floor is yours.
So we have heard actually quite a realistic message by Walter Boltz. Well, I think this was a little bit depressing, but I think he doesn't see any short-term problems, but I think he sees problems in the long term. And whereas I would not contradict him that these problems are not quite realistically to expect, we think that we need, I think we see that we can do a lot if we really want to. And let's break let's put some good arguments on the table why we should want this decarbonization, because it's actually a question of commitment. I mean, it's not a question of money. It might be a question of qualified workforce or something like this. But decarbonization is actually a big promise. And why is it a big promise? So before we come to this promise, a very short introduction of who we are and why we talk to you, actually. And then I would come to these learnings from decarbonized energy systems. And then I have a very, very short case on biomethane, where we would not have to wait on these Nobel Prize inventions on battery technology, but have something for us. So just as a very short introduction, and since everybody claims to be the brightest and most innovative company in the world, we are a very small consulting company, and I want to let our clients speak for us. So we work for regulatory authorities, we work for energy companies, we work for institutions like the Energy Community, the EU Commission, and so on and so on. And this as a very small company acting out of Vienna. So our expertise is sought after, though it is actually very, very much focused on the energy sector. Oops. This is actually about security of supply, and while our historical focus was actually, when working for the energy sector, was on market liberalization and unbundling, we always had an eye on security of supply. Why? Because this is actually the aspect which is easily dismissed when looking at market liberalization and unbundling. It has no value to the suppliers, it has no value, it has a value to the customers, but cannot be supplied by the suppliers. So this is actually a very difficult concept in an unbundled world where you have grid operators, where you have suppliers, where you have storage operators, and so on and so on. Unbundled, all following market rules, and in market prices there is no place for security of supply. There is place for efficiency, that's why we created this liberalized market. There is no place for redundancy, which is actually the source of security of supply. So that's why we started thinking quite early about security of supply. Also in the work with Walter Boltz and the European gas target model. I think one of our latest projects was already mentioned, this 4 billion euro strategic gas reserve, which we implemented together with, so to say, the market area responsible AGGM in Austria. Okay, I have to speak into the microphone. And some design of emergency measures for regulatory authorities. So security of supply is actually accompanying us throughout all our work. But now a very different view, because the big challenge for energy systems nowadays is decarbonization. So we were working on decarbonized energy systems. And what we learned from them is that economically optimized, least cost, so to say, decarbonized target models are highly diversified and therefore resilient. So it is not an all-electric world. It is not an all-hydrogen world. It is not an all-biomethane world. It is not an all-biomass world, but it is a highly diversified and therefore resilient system. Potentials for efficiency gains and renewable, and this was already mentioned today, the efficiency gains, and renewable energy production are, in our countries, are sufficient to switch the relation between domestic energy production and imports. And this actually from the economic perspective. So I will tell you in a minute what our so to say, planning of decarbonized, how this works, planning of decarbonized systems, so, but we have a purely economic focus. And from this purely economic focus, it makes sense to actually use every potential you have in your country instead of, so to say, playing the card of the promises of cheap hydrogen, green decarbonized energy systems are complex. What we've seen today is, actually what we looked at today is the easy part. We have looked today at energy production. We have seen we increase power production, we increase PV production. We've talked about is there a potential to increase hydropower stations, and so on and so on. The really difficult part is actually to switch the end consumer. To switch all our heating, which is mostly reliant on fossil fuels, to a decarbonized world. And this is actually concerning every one of us. I think the cars, the EV, this is a decarbonization of the mobility sector. Cars was already mentioned, and I think there was this increase which was due from 2.6%.
1.2% globally today to
26%. Okay, let's look at the age of cars in our countries, even in our countries. So every year, maximum, I think it is, in Austria it's actually 14 years, yeah? So maximum 7% of the cars are exchanged, yeah? And this would mean that all of the cars for the future would have to be battery driven, if we take this serious. So, and what our models also provided is that remaining imports are mainly hydrogen, synthetic fuels, and biomethane. Hydrogen in the form of ammonia, maybe, but in our case, it's mostly pipeline bound. And from a security of supply aspect, this is also good, because these are actually energy carriers we can store. We can store in Austria, and which are, so to say, in contrast to electricity, cheap to store and highly efficient to store. Maybe the battery technology really makes these leaps everybody is dreaming about, but we are not so optimistic, actually. So, where do these learnings come from? So what we did is actually, I think we are one of the, this is actually a unique position. We had the opportunity to create decarbonized, and it looks actually strange. Why does it look so strange? On my presentation, much nicer. Maybe the font is not installed. Okay. So I think we had the opportunity to model decarbonized energy systems for several countries. So we did this, we started actually with a part of Germany, which was the eastern part of Germany, the former DDR, where we so to say, designed a decarbonized energy system. Then came Switzerland, then came Austria, then came the Czech Republic, and our latest project in 2022 was a decarbonized energy system for the whole of Germany. And we worked together with companies from, so to say, from the sector, grid companies, suppliers, technology companies like Bosch, mobility companies like Audi, and so on and so on. So it was actually an expertise. We had the opportunity to get together to make the max of, so to say, our models. What is our model? How do we derive these learnings? This is this fully optimized least cost energy system. So I can only show it to you on the example of Germany, because this is actually the only results which are public. Most of the other results, so to say, are in the private domain and cannot show you. So I have to show it on this German card. So what our model does, it is actually, and I switch all this animation, it is actually an integrated optimization which covers the optimal resource mix on production side with the optimal conversion mix, hydrogen to power to hydrogen, methane to hydrogen, and so on and so on, to storage, optimal storage capacities and optimal storage technologies, to networks, and to the end user segment. So our energy system doesn't stop at the network. It actually includes the car, because the car is part of the energy system. It is part of the transformation of energy to the thing we actually want, mobility. Heating system, it is part of the energy system, part of the transformation from gas, electricity, ambient heat, whatever, to what we really want, heat in our rooms, and so on. So actually all that you can see there is part of our energy system, and all is optimized in our model, and actually we employ a highly sophisticated optimizer to make all, so to say, the decisions for us. So he decides how are potentials used for wind, solar, biomass, and so on and so on. He decides what are the conversion technologies we employ, how much capacities do we need, and so on and so on, including storage, including networks, and so on. And to build this on networks, we naturally need a regionalized approach, something, so to say, real markets do not have, because we sometimes have the illusion of the Kupferplatte and of the gas lake, yeah? But for physical networks, we need this regionalized approach, where we actually build regionally optimized energy system, taking into consideration where are storage opportunities, where is the potential for wind, where is the potential for solar, and this is actually all done on this regionalized level, and the networks are actually a result of, do I rather put a windmill up in the north of Germany where more wind is blowing, but demand is not there, and I have to build a grid to southern Germany where the demand is, or do I actually build a windmill in southern Germany which has much less electricity production but doesn't need a network? So this is all decisions this model makes actually, say, automatically, because, so to say, this is millions of decisions to be taken when you optimize an energy system. So this actually makes it quite clear that it is quite complicated. This is, so to say, where our learnings come from. From systems we designed, for example, of Germany, with 6 energy companies, Audi, Bosch, and E.ON, and so on and so on. And now let's talk about this, maybe in a little bit more detail. So the first learning was, so to say, decarbonized target models are highly diversified and resilient. And what you can see, so our model actually employs more than 180 technologies which can be used in this model. Is actually summing up the results of more than 250 studies. And you can see we employ almost every technology. So in Germany, we fully use photovoltaic potential. We do not fully use some potentials which are, so to say, on the walls of the building, but we fully use what is dedicated to field PV, what is dedicated to rooftop PV, and so on and so on. We use the full potential of wind production. We use lots of wet biomass. We lose also solid biomass, and we have gas imports which we have energy imports which consist of hydrogen, biomethane, and big part of the green liquids, which we need for transportation sector, aviation, and so on and so on. But sometimes also for the industry. So, and then there is a huge transformation and storage sector where we have lots of electrolyzers. So we are actually on the one hand, we are quite optimistic for these electrolyzers. But on the other hand, I agree with Walter that this will come actually later. Because the electrolyzers work very well when you have actually lots of electricity production which cannot be used at this moment. And there, so to say, the efficiency, the costs of converting it to hydrogen, to store it or to use it directly as hydrogen are much cheaper than, so to say, the battery technologies we have seen and have built upon. Lots of power plants, more gas power plants in Germany than we have now. Highly fluctuation, price spikes, and so on and so on. So this fluctuating energy production does something for gas power stations, gas power plants. The only thing is, some of them are only used 50 hours a year. So difficult maybe to finance without public subsidization, or so to say, maybe the network grid might have to finance them because they are actually only used for, or mainly used for grid stability. Lots of gas storage because it's cheap. Lots of heat storage. Everybody forgets about heat, yeah? But heat is actually quite an efficient energy storage. And the colleague from Burgenland Energie, he mentioned the district heat and electrification of the district heat, and this makes lots of sense because in district heat you can even store seasonal storage. So you can actually produce the heat from surplus electricity using heat pumps, high efficiency in summer, store it for the winter. So heat storage is quite important, and power storage is actually the short cycle storage. That's, so to say, the real fluctuation and short cycles. 1 TWh, huge. 1 terawatt storage is huge. Big market for the company in we have already, or you have already mentioned before. And then we have sort of the grid. Lots of energy is still grid bound. Yeah? We have gas grids, we have electricity grids, and we have, of course, the distribution grids we were modeled. And these are, so to say, the loads, the high loads. And then we have several sectors. And we see, if you let the model work, and from a cost optimization perspective, it is not an all-electric mobility sector. It is actually a mix of different technologies. Again, we have a third battery technology and another, and more than almost two-thirds are gas-driven. Why is this the case? So if you look at this, it's actually strange. Every politician is talking, even the industry is talking about battery cars. Nobody is actually talking about CNG-driven cars, where the technology already exists. And the thing is, most cars are not driven. They are actually standing around. They are driven 7,000 kilometers a year. So 99%, this very expensive technology is unused. And from an economic perspective, if you look at the whole picture, it is much more intelligent to invest this money elsewhere, where you can have efficiency gains. Yeah, the battery car is more efficient, without doubt, but it is only more efficient if it is used. If it is unused, the efficiency doesn't count. So this is actually why we come to a quite, and this is politically not very popular, but we come to a diversified system. And the same is for room heating. It is 36% electric. It is a big part district heat, but it is still gas. And sometimes hybrid systems, yeah? Because the well-promoted air heat pump, it comes up, in our models, it only comes up as a hybrid system, where you say, okay, for the 3 days in the year where it is really cold, I have a very cheap technology to heat my house, to provide, so to say, because there, in these cold spells, the heat pump is extremely inefficient and is stressing the grids to the max. It's not a question actually of the heat pump, it is a question of the grid. The grid is getting so expensive. If all the high loads have to be provided by the electricity grid that these heat pumps would require. And the same in process heat. So our clients actually, and we said, okay, this is highly diversified, this is actually a bad thing, because people like simple solutions, and highly diversified is not simple. And the messages are a little bit ambiguous. Our clients said, this is actually good news, because that's, from our perspective, this is a resilient system. If the revolution on the battery sector actually comes up, we have a use for it. But we do not totally depend on it. Yeah? We have a resilient system. We don't max it, and we don't have a monoculture, but we have, so to say, a resilient system which can handle implications on on technologies, on the availability of energies, and so on and so on. So, resilience. Second learning was, we can switch, we can turn the tables on self-sufficiency. And this is actually, do you also have this? Okay, no, it doesn't matter. Looks totally different to my PowerPoint presentation, but what can we do?
I think the font is missing.
The font is missing, yeah, but it actually switched all the...
well, you have to save it with fonts included. There's a way
okay,
to
we
save
also
like
provided the PDF, but this would have been
now
easier.
it's too late. Yeah.
Now it's late. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll handle it. Okay. So the thing is, if you look at the right-hand side, because this is actually mostly unchanged, yeah, you can see that the energy dependency in Germany was more than 60% on average in the last 3 years. And in our model, it comes down to 25. So Germany will still import energy in the form of these green hydrogen, green biomethane, and green fuels, but the dependency will be a third of what it is today. And in Austria, we have much better actually preconditions. We can actually reduce it from more than 50%, 52, 53 in the last 3 years, to 6. And this is not, this result does not come about because we said, that's a goal. Actually, the goal is build the cheapest decarbonized energy system, and this was the result of building the cheapest. But building the cheapest means decrease your import dependency. I think, as the colleague said before, it is actually, you make yourself independent, so to say, also from world market prices and so on and so on. It is the cheapest.
Whatever we do, or you have to do, there has to be the business case behind. That's clear, yeah?
That's clear, yeah. So, a big part of this is, and this is actually missing here, is that, of course, we also reduce our usage of energy. So energy demand is decreasing. Why is it decreasing? Part of it is we didn't actually provide for the industry leaving Europe. This wouldn't maybe have sold so good in the political context. But what we actually provided for is we have lots of goals towards, so to say, rebuilding our houses, making them more energy efficient. And on the other hand, the direct use of electric technologies, for example, heat pumps, it actually uses, it's much more efficient. Battery cars are much more efficient. So you actually reduce the total amount of energy used for the same effect. So we don't actually have to live with 70 degrees in our homes, but so to say the heat is provided much more efficient by these new technologies. So actually 40% is the projected decrease of energy demand in 2050. Decarbonized target models show a high degree of sector coupling. And this is actually a picture which should, since the microphone is standing here, I cannot show you directly, otherwise I would have walked around. So this is actually the primary power production. What you can see here is where does the power come from? It is, in Germany, it is mostly wind. Wind is the workhorse of power production, and then there's photovoltaics. 2/3, 1/3. And where does this power go? 3% of the power goes to district heat, that's the technology we already talked about, and produces almost half of the district heat needed there. So it's only 3% of the of electricity which goes there, but it is highly efficiently used. Of course, lots of the power produced goes into the power sector itself, so for the classical electrical demand, yeah? And for battery cars and for heat pumps and so on and so on. But 1/3 of the power is converted to hydrogen. And this hydrogen is actually competitive versus the imports, where we all dream about Libya, Algeria, or whatever in the world, or Qatar producing the really cheap hydrogen. We used it with different levels of hydrogen market prices, which were projected also by our project partners, also worked with companies like Shell on this, and it was always the same, no significant change. Why? Because electricity, in a lot of times of the year, electricity is abundant. There is no use for the electricity produced by the windmills. So what you do is you use it and make hydrogen. And one of the examples where which is quite against, so to say, accelerating is the good meaning of EU. Yeah? They actually proscribe an additionality principle, which is a good idea because but it makes hydrogen production much more expensive, and it actually eliminates the competitive advantage of local hydrogen consumption to hydrogen production in Libya or something else. Okay, and when you have hydrogen, lots of this hydrogen goes into the hydrogen sector, is used directly as hydrogen. We have a huge hydrogen sector there. It's industry. It's of course the power sector, but it is not. The power sector is actually not so big. Only 10% of the hydrogen is used in the power sector, combined with district heating. 40% of the hydrogen is used to create these green liquids, and so on and so on. So, looking at the time, I will not go through this whole slide, but you can see it is a very high degree of sector coupling. So it is actually a wholly optimized system, and not a system where somebody is thinking in electricity, where somebody is thinking in hydrogen and somebody is thinking in biomethane, because it is converted in everything. And only, I think, the liquid fuels, actually, I use as liquid fuels. The ones we import are directly used as liquid fuels.
Do you still want the PDF version?
And then there's a case for biomethane. I think biomethane was in Austria was the part we were most criticized in Austria for, because I think somebody mentioned already this discussion, Teller oder Tank. I don't know how to translate it, but maybe everybody knows it. Do we produce crops or do we produce energy? Biomethane has lots of big advantages. It is not, from a primary energy production, it's not as good as, for example, using the land for photovoltaic. So you can produce much more energy if you use the land for photovoltaics. Yeah? It is a different impact on nature, it is something different, but without doubt, so to say, using land for energy production is okay. But we actually took these potentials from everywhere, and what we never, so to say, exceeded was the level of current use of land for biofuels like rapsmethyl ester. This is really very, very inefficient. So actually what we do now is with this biodiesel and so on, it is totally stupid. Because you only use a small part of the plant, whereas in biomass you use the whole plant to derive energy from. And then it is, from an agricultural perspective, also very difficult. So today's production costs are in a range of 50 to 80 euro per megawatt, depending on cost for substrates. This is actually very much competitive. What we will see in the near future is no biomethane, no hydrogen will come to the so to say private sector, because everything is soaked up by the Shells, BPs, OMVs of this world, because they have their obligations to reduce the carbon footprint of their fuels by 30% to 2030, and the only way to do it is use hydrogen for the production of green hydrogen for the production of these fuels, and use biomethane as a fuel. And that's why, so to say, biomethane prices are actually skyrocketing at the moment, because they have to fulfill these obligations, and there is no biomethane. What we do now is actually we produce biogas and make electricity out of it, which is stupid, because you actually turn an energy carrier which can be stored quite well into an energy carrier which cannot be stored at all. Yeah? And for example, in Germany, we have worked together with Schleswig-Holstein Netz, who are in the very north. Yeah? 50% of their electricity production is cut off because they have no grid, no demand, no grid. 50%. That's the reality today. Yeah? And they have also biogas producers who produce electricity, and they are turned even more often because of some regulatory things. They don't have to pay them if they turn them off. Yeah? They have to pay for the windmills if they turn them off. They do this for security reasons and grid stability reasons, but they don't have to pay the biogas electricity producer at the moment. So they are turned off up to 70%. And what they do then is they burn the biogas because they cannot store it.
And they are quite often subsidized on top.
Yeah, or they are not natural, only subsidized. So actually, this is a technology. Everything is here, and there's a lot of biogas production already here. It's just used for electricity, and in the near. So we are working together with a network operator who has more than 1,000 production units on his grid, and all these production units, they lose the subsidies from the subsidy scheme for electricity production and are looking for new revenue models, which are only feasible if they bring, so to say, their biomethane to the grid, which is a big problem for the grid operator, same as everywhere, how to connect all these customers or all these production units to a grid. So, and there is actually big ambitions on this. European Commission stated 35 BCM biomethane as EU target for 2030. Today's production is nothing in comparison. True? Okay. So again, maybe a target where we cannot be too optimistic that we will reach it. Okay. So these were the learnings, and actually there are actually two much more important learnings. The first actual learning from our decarbonized energy system was it is possible. We can do it. We can do it with technology. We do not have to wait for nuclear fission or something like this or some new inventions. We can do it with technology which is already available. Yeah? It is doable. We can decarbonize our energy systems. And the second learning, which is not on this slide, is actually it will not cost us more than our energy system costs today. This is actually an analysis we did only in one country. This was Austria. I think the increase in energy costs, or what the costs of the total energy system, which we have now, compared to the cost of the total energy system we will have then, is actually, I think, 1.5% higher. So actually, within all these, it is equal. Yeah? This is actually an accuracy, which is a little bit ridiculous, but that's how we calculated it in this project. So it is actually the same price. We do not have to be afraid that decarbonization will make us, so to say, all poor and workless, and every industry has to leave. No. When we have achieved it, and when we do it, if we do it intelligently, and that's actually where I'm a little bit more pessimistic, maybe even than Walter, then we can come up with an energy system which is much more resilient, less import dependent, green and decarbonized, and not more expensive than our system now. And that's actually the end.
Fantastic. Thanks, Oliver.
Yes, we can shoot the questions. First you, then okay.
Thank you very much. In Vienna these days, we get all smart meters. Yeah? And I remember many years ago there was this Nachtstrom. Yeah? But now it seems that the price day and night is the same. And what about Sundays and public holidays? It would be an occasion to have a cheaper electricity and therefore make more use of it, or is that not an option? Thank you.
I understood the first question where the big, but
well, I think that
cheap Sunday
in the household you have certain things, including cars, for instance. Now e-cars, if you have, you could load them or make use washing machines, whatever.
But we have new price
weekends,
models,
etc.
I think suppliers are on the market who actually offer based on the smart meters.
Now?
As a precondition, you have to have a smart meters, but they actually offer you hourly prices. And you, as a consumer, have the chance to use electricity when it is cheap. And what we can see now is, if you look at the prices, I actually have something in my a product like this, a supplier like this for electricity in my office. Not yet at home because I'm still contracted. And you can see that during the day, and that's why it's actually very interesting in the office. During the day, electricity is very cheap. Because if the sun shines, no lights are burning, electricity is cheap. So, and there are suppliers who offer, so to say, these hourly price curves to the market. Of course, they have some risk. Power prices could go up, and you are actually directly coupled to the wholesale market prices. But you have these hourly things, and I so to say, it is also a risk, so to say, to have a long-term contract and a fixed price. So the power purchase agreement, which Walter said is maybe the promise, is also a speculation. Yeah? It's a speculation that this is a good price. Yeah? It's actually the same as everywhere. You use speculation on storage, where so to say these long-term projects have to pay off on electricity prices. Maybe we don't know the electricity prices yet, but we know that they will fluctuate a lot because of production characteristics, and storage will always be, so to say, an issue. So there is something which is enhancing this.
Thank you. First question: how much wind energy is not used in Germany? This is the first question. I think you said something like 50% in the northern part of Germany.
Yeah, is cut off the grid.
The second question is it's a very interesting question for me. How is it to summarize 250 studies? I think you said
it's
this.
a lot of work.
Yeah, yes, but besides this, yes, because okay. And the third question is if you compare decarbonization of the household sector and the cars, the automotive sector, household sector takes longer and is more expensive, I guess. Or how does it relate in terms of time and costs?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I understand it. So actually, this power, which is produced, or could be produced, but is not actually produced by the windmills. It's regionally totally different because I think Germany has the same phenomena as Austria. We have regions where we have lots of windmills and lots of wind power installed. It's the north of Germany where the number one, so to say, wind profiles are, and we have no windmills actually in the south. There are some drawings where, so to say, the only way to install a windmill in Bavaria would be if it would have the form of a cross, a Catholic cross. So it is actually the same. So you have to put it in a regional perspective, and in the northern part of Germany, this is the case. We have more than 50% which is cut off. And now the obvious solution is, so to say, the first or the obvious solution is build more grid so that we can actually bring it to the south. Whether question is, if we really use all the wind potential which we have to use in Germany, then there will be lots of windmills also in Bavaria, and maybe we will need all these grids connections not anymore, because, as I say, wind is also produced in Bavaria. So the second question was, is it more difficult to decarbonize I think the most challenging part is decarbonizing the heating sector, actually. But of course it is, the mobility sector would not be so easy if it was not a 100% battery strategy, because the 100% battery strategy puts lots of strain on the grid, on the infrastructure, and on people. Because in Vienna, for example, 400,000 cars are on the street. So they are not parked in a garage where you can install, so to say, where you have a power plug, and it is easy, quite easy. Yeah, it is not easy to get this power plug, so to say, with all the performance parameters you need. But 400,000 cars on the street. So nobody, it's not a solution, no clear solution for this. Yeah, at the same time they are talking about we had lots of studies for last time studies for Traton and Shell and so on about, so to say, the LKW-Bereich, heavy-duty trucks. What will they be? Will they be hydrogen? Will they be electricity? Yeah? And there is one group, it's a Traton group, which actually only going for electricity. And I discussed with them, and I said, this is not resilient, yeah? Because if hydrogen really makes a jump and comes about, and you have a problem with your electricity trucks, they are more expensive and so on and so on, you are dead. It's not a resilient, so to say, strategy. But this is actually the message of resilience. Don't put all your money on one solution. Yeah? So households much more intense, work intense, and I think there we have actually a real problem that we don't have the qualified workforce for this. Yeah?
So it will take how long? 10 years or more?
Well, I was always looking at, and actually I think we have, as a target, we have about 3% of per year of
the building stock, you
mean? Yeah, 3%.
Yeah.
I think 3%. A little bit more, maybe. The longer we wait, the higher the percentage gets, because we do not.
All our plans are geared towards 2050. You know, today we are refurbishing about 1% of the building stock per annum, and to reach a fully, let's say, decarbonization capable building stock, we would need to triple this. That means, 3 times as many plumbers, 3 times as many electricians, 3 times as many people who put in insulation. These people don't exist in Austria. We have to bring them from India.
Or for wherever, yeah. This is actually a big problem, but it is a huge effort to bring 1% to 3%. It's not just tripling the effort, because 1% is somewhat the natural refurbishing rate. So this actually means 100-year-old house is refurbished. Okay, that's actually a natural rate. Yeah, but to triple a natural rate, yeah, which is, so to say, which we have used to, which is, so to say, calculated in all the rents and so on and so on, to triple this rate, that's a huge effort. And now we come to 1.1, and this is already an effort. Yeah? So household is the most important part, and that's why, so to say, maybe biomethane could be, so to say, build a bridge, because we will have gas technologies in household heating for a long time.
Amazing study, very interesting, very complex. One question about the EVs. Was it also factored in as a potential battery storage, or hundreds, thousands of cars standing?
Yeah.
And Because this
we
would be
discussed
more.
this a lot.
This is software. Software is already installed in many of the cars. The batteries are not as good as storage batteries, but I think it's a matter of time.
We discussed this a lot.
For both applications, transporting energy outside of the cities into the cities in the other direction, and also grid stabilization.
This we did not factor in. We discussed it a lot because this was, of course, one big interest of the car industry to actually become energy providers or storage providers with their fleet of cars. And they themselves were very, very unsure about this, and the compromise we actually did then is that we said, okay, we make intelligent charging, where you, so to say, switch the load as the grid needs, and we gave them quite generous, so to say, intervals. So we said, okay, you can charge any time in the night. It is more or less you can choose. You can charge any time in the day, because actually there are two types of electric vehicle: the ones who are charged at night at home, and the other ones who are charged at day at the workplace, so to say. And so we gave them lots of, but we did not, so to say, use them as a battery storage, because nobody could think about, or even the automobile producers did not believe that the owners of the car would actually provide the most expensive part of their future car, the battery, so to say, for these reasons. I think it is depending on the business model, but it will not be a cheap thing. Yeah?
When I look on the APG capacity prices, they are going in hundreds or even thousands euros per megawatt hour. I would be quite interested to get some of that. But yeah, interesting.
Thank you. You've presented this wonderful vision of optimized energy system. I imagine a lot of investment would be required to get to this state. I was wondering, do you have an estimate for how much money would be needed to get to this point? And since it's not only about money, as you hinted at, which parts of this can be realized first, are more easy to realize, which parts are more hard in terms of physically, building the infrastructure needed? Thanks.
Okay, I don't have it in my head, but we, of course, we calculated the number, since this is more or less one of the main cost drivers, so to say, of the model, the capex, the investments where you have to do. What is the easiest part? I think the easiest part we have already done. Yeah, this is actually the depressing part. I think we have to double, to triple, to tenfold, so to increase what we already did. Yeah, but we did actually the easy part. We actually grabbed the low-hanging fruits. We did where we already had a grid, what you are planning, and I think it is very ambitious for 2030. Yeah? But you are actually planning, so to say, to be self-sufficient on a yearly perspective and to compensate imports of energy carriers with electricity exports. Yeah? So this is, so to say, this is good, but this is also the low-hanging fruit. You can. It's quite easy to increase PV production, wind production. Relatively easy, not easy. Yeah? Relatively easy, comparing to switching the demand. Yeah. The demand is the thing which is maybe the most difficult thing, and there is no plan. Yeah, no. And the market will not bring it about. That's the thing I'm afraid of.
Any more questions? Demand for energy.
The demand side of the energy. Us as a consumer, that you switch your gas heating to whatever. Yeah. Actually, a friend of mine has a house in Leipzig. And he said, okay, my gas heating is at the end of its life cycle. I have to switch it. Now he was thinking about green solutions. First thing, he was asking Stadtwerke Leipzig, where is district heating? And they said they don't know. I told him they have to have a so to say a plan for how to provide heat in there. But the answer was, we don't know. Most probably not. And he said, my house is in the midst of the city. It is not on the outskirts.
That's the issue. Like the householder, in principle, you can be the rooftop PV, you could put the storage, you have electrical car, you can put intelligent software, you come to 70–80% energy independence. But if you live in Vienna in an apartment, forget all of this.
Yeah, but you still have not solved your heating issue. Yeah? And the heating issue, how to decarbonize heating in a house which is in the midst of the city. He asked eight, so the civil engineering companies, maybe heat pumps. There's some area, and they said they do not even offer. They do not even reply, because they say they only care about new buildings, and mostly, so to say, the one-family house, yeah, but not the big houses, the big old with radiators and no low temperature heating and so on and so on. There's lots of problems, and so to say, what he did is he rebuilt his gas heating. And you don't, and actually that's why that's maybe
the confessing part.
Where Walter says the industry will actually be the driver, because they also say we don't have a solution. We are confronted with obligations to reduce RED 2, RED 3, and so on, and it will get really expensive, the CO2 certificates, and they don't have a solution. And then I talked to First, and they said, we solve it with biomass. And the AIT, which was their advisor, said, okay, but then the total biomass potential of the whole upper styria is actually in your own
one factory.
One factory. So there is lots of competition for these decarbonized energy carriers, and you have to solve it somehow. And in comparison, we had, when we built our original energy system, which is working actually quite well, we actually had, politicians have quite a short span of attention span. So the things are complex, but they knew then, okay, we have to institutionalize this, and they built these companies, and they had a public task. Build up these energy systems, build power stations, build grids, build gas infrastructure which provides the gas for the power station, and so on and so on. They had a public long-term view. And what we have now is actually, and that's not making me a little bit pessimistic, we have politicians with their short attention span, and we have, on the other hand, we have privately organized companies who actually have more a profit goal, or have predominantly a profit goal, which is natural for them. Yeah? But this doesn't work. We are actually confronted with lobbying, and I think most of the lobbyists were not happy with our studies, because it never came out that hydrogen is everything, electricity is everything, heat pumps, do everything with heat pumps. That's actually lobbying messages. Quite simple, and do everything. And that's what actually our politicians are confronted with, we have to admit, lobbying interests.
It's always a mix. Whatever you do,
Please.
Thank you very much. I address my question to both of the three gentlemen. You're representing industry. You are not representing politics or politicians, or are you? The question is the following. If you really would like to target integration and sector coupling as the requirement for maximum energy security, how could you debureaucratize politicians? What do you have in your remedy suitcase?
I actually don't work for politicians, so it's actually your.
But you have to do with them, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, but it was a little bit frustrating for me in the end.
Honestly, I don't think there is a solution. I think the political approach to energy is kind of a, let's say, a 20 to 30 year wave movement. You know, you get from let's liberalize and let the market do everything, and then you come to, oh, you know, the state steps in and knows everything best. We are now a little bit in this phase where lots of interventions and renationalization happens that kind of very attractive. Probably in a couple of years, it will turn out that this renationalization is not working. It's very expensive, it's inefficient, public funds are limited, and then we'll see the other approach. I think what we are attempting to restructure the whole energy sector much faster than the normal investment cycles. And this is inherently expensive. Investment cycles in energy are between 30 and 50 years, some even a little bit longer, but let's say 50 years on the average. So if we are changing a sector within 50, 60 years, you can work with a normal replacement cycle, and that doesn't necessarily cost more, because honestly, you know, if you buy a kettle for gas or a heat pump, you know, if you use it 30, 40 years and then replace it, it costs roughly the same compared to, you know, average cost. But if you kind of step in after 10 years, say, oh, we have a brand new coal-fired power plant, but now we have to turn it off, then it really, really gets expensive. I mean, we have lost or destroyed about 500 billion euros in the years when we started the liberalization, because it was very fast, electricity prices dropped, and the total impairment in Europe of basically nuclear plants, coal plants, gas plants was in the range of, you know, 500 billion euros, where the value of generators on the stock exchange dropped that much. And I think what we will see eventually that, you know, our time plan is much too ambitious. I think we are more or less geared towards decarbonization, but it will take longer than everybody expects. The only caveat is that it might be that the effects of the increasing prices and climate change are so drastic that suddenly there's a widespread support of drastic measures. And we could do it, we would destroy a lot of wealth, but, you know, if you have the choice between drowning or, you know, becoming poorer, probably you choose becoming poorer. I don't think it will happen because I don't believe the effects will be so drastic, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not a climate scientist, so we will see. And even climate scientists are now looking at the climate development and said, wow, you know, we never expected temperatures to rise that much. So it might be that we really, really get so drastic events that this will change the political willingness to intervene massively. At the moment, I think we will just see a much longer and slower change. And that doesn't have to be hugely expensive, because if we give enough time, there will be technological solutions, economic solutions, and we will get there step by step. It will be interesting to see how the US is faring with a different approach. You know, we are more in this command industry, like we prohibit the sale of cars. In the US, they are more subsidizing tax deductions, indirect financial support, and letting industry do more. I don't know which approach will be better. I think if anybody would know it, everybody would do it, but we will see.
So you're rather following the sinus and cosinus curve of the Chinese?
A little bit. I mean, I think the Chinese have probably a little bit more realistic idea about time plan.
And they're more pragmatic than the Austrian
and they are more
bureaucrats.
pragmatic. I mean, of course, they are able to, you know, to do things we cannot do. Like if they decide we need more high voltage lines, they build them. Mostly, I mean, they take also a couple of years, but they're much faster than we do, because, you know, if you are too strongly opposing that, then you are sent somewhere for re-education, which, you know, I would not find a good solution. But basically, they are able to make changes faster than we do, and we've seen in the pandemic that they were incredibly able to, you know, get the population to do crazy things, whereas, you know, we're unable to do even sensible stuff.
And the last question. Thanks a lot, Walter. And the last question. Ah, thanks a lot.
Yes. We have a few countries in Europe who have gone down the nuclear route quite strongly. One question is, have some of these countries also gone the right way in setting up a better electricity distribution network. Also here I think of Ukraine, which of course a lot of it's been destroyed. But Ukraine had, or still has, the biggest nuclear power station in Europe. I assume that it had a commensurate distribution system for making use of that power. We've just heard that the Czech Republic is nationalizing its system. Does this mean the Czech Republic recognizes these problems? That the Czech Republic does have plans of improving not just its generating capacity, because it has gone strongly nuclear. Does it also have plans of remedying the problem with the distribution network? So I guess the question is, are there some areas in Europe that are going the right way? Countries who are going the nuclear way, are they making the decision process a bit easier? And also, when we talk about the nuclear industry, I've been hearing a lot about the plans of introducing small modular nuclear reactor plants. Advantages of these is hopefully they'll be a bit quicker to build. They might be a little bit cheaper, who knows. Safety aspects maybe are improved. And by being able to decentralize generation could offer certain advantages. My understanding is it's a lot of effort going into this. What do you think about the future concerning this movement? Thank you.
So, the nuclear question. Yeah, the nuclear question. Now, nuclear has first of all, I don't think nuclear has a big future. So far, most of the nuclears are produced in countries where the population cannot complain. Russia, China, and so on. Now, why is nuclear of, let's say, less future value? Because nuclear puts all the investment money up front, and the investment is huge. So you make a huge bet on the future of electricity prices, and given the volatility with all the renewables, it's more likely than not that we will see heavily fluctuating electricity prices. And it's extremely difficult to value the nuclear power. So that's why any nuclear plant that has been built in the last couple of years outside of, in a nuclear aircraft carrier, which is a different economics, are basically state subsidized. And they are not argued by economically viable, but by, this gives us some independence from whatever, coal, oil, or something imports. And then in some countries, it's, I can create some nuclear fuel to build a bomb. So I don't think nuclear will have in the, let's say, the Western or the free economic world a big future. I think nuclear share on the global electric production will probably shrink by 50 to 70%. There will be a future in some countries. China's building a lot, Russia's building a lot, India. But overall, nuclears are a bet on a long-term high electricity prices, and that's a very dangerous bet. And in Europe, you have seen huge cost overruns and huge delays in building it. So in Europe, a little bit will be built, but I would be surprised if we have in 25 years even half as many nuclears as we have now. The small nuclear, who knows? Now one of the bigger small companies who are working on it, they quit. Maybe it is a solution, but it will not be really cheap. It might be a little bit cheaper, it might be a little bit faster, but I don't think it will change the nuclear attractiveness a lot. So nuclear has a small role in some countries, but a very limited role, and it can never, on price-wise, compete with renewables.
I fully agree, and I can only add to this that a colleague of mine was, his partner was working or is working for the French TÜV, so to say, for the nuclear industry, and he said they will never build again a new nuclear power station. Never. It would be the regulations have also changed so much. It would be so hugely expensive. Nobody would build it. Not even in France. Yeah? And in France, actually, they have a very centralistic system, and nuclear power, which is is in itself a centralistic approach. High investment, everything bundled together, network generating, growing from there to the distribution. Which brings me to your other question. I think countries with nuclear power, they have a very specific grid because they have these huge power stations centralized. And the grid is, so to say, orienting from this production set, which does nothing, say nothing about the distribution grid, because the distribution grid has its own, so to say, it is actually built to cover the demand. And there is no actually redundancy. Maybe the Soviet times, if I remember correctly, our time in Ukraine, where they said they built everything, so to say.
Just in case.
No, they built everything to 3 times what they really need, because they, in the communistic perspective, they would need it in the future. And to build more was to build better. But in Europe, I think everything is built to the extent it is needed. And this is the same in Czech Republic, it's the same in Poland. And I think in the EU, no new nuclear power station will be built anymore. I think in Great Britain we pay so much money, in Finland they pay so much money, and it doesn't work. And it is so expensive. If we opened in the Czech Republic, we opened a nuclear option, and was everywhere. It was a technology which was forbidden. In the Czech Republic, it was open for the model. It was not chosen by far. Too expensive.
Thank you. Thank you for replying to all the questions, gentlemen, and I think we are coming to an end. I thought we would be much faster because we dropped 1/3 of our panelists, but it was an interesting topic, and then Austrian energy policy and security is, of course, especially for you coming from Austria, and all of us who live here, very important and very, very peculiar. Anyway, the last 2 panelists, Walter and Oliver, presented what could really be in the future, how it would really be implemented if you want to get where you want to be. Walter said maybe the same, only with this underlying message that this would likely happen. What might be and what likely will happen. So this is also what I pick up from the 2 gentlemen's perspective. But you never know. We will see how I don't know who will be alive in 2050 to see how much carbon we will produce, CO2. But I think, as both of you said, Austria is still much better positioned than many member states, let alone the other countries out of the EU. And let's hope it will stay like that for many years to come. Thank you all, and thanks for organizing this wonderful event. And one big hand to our panelists.